Thobela. Le kae? Okay, I need to make sure I have the microphone right. Re tsogile gabotse? And then lady did nomoro tsa lotto. Okay, no, I have ke protected, so can I need protection leading nomoro tsa lotto already. Good morning, everyone. My name is Monene Mamabolo. I am with NACOSA as the AAP project lead. We're going to start our event, and welcome to our leadership and learning experiential event that we have planned for us to actually share our lessons, but also for us to be able to start very well. Let's start with a song and a prayer so that we can actually bless our event. I see I have my protection. Can we have a nice song from our protectors? Ria Hoboka, Ria Hoboka, Ria Hoboka, Rita. Ria Hoboka, Ria Hoboka. Motimoria Hoboka, Motimoria Hoboka, Hoboka, Pensereta, Motimoria Hoboka, Motimoria Hoboka, Motimoria Hoboka, Hoboka.
wahala rinserita la
for the last time.
May all be seated, beloved. Program Director, thank you very much for allowing me to open this wonderful session with prayer. Let me greet you, and let me also greet the leadership of NACOSA that is here. Let me greet each and every single one who is seated in this chamber. Beloved, I'm greeting you all in the wonderful name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Amen. I hear others not saying amen. I'm reading from the book of Matthew chapter 14, 15, 21. Matthew 14, 15, 21. I know very well that is a well-known passage of Jesus feeding 5,000 people with only 2 fish and 5 loaves of bread. 2 fishes and 5 loaves of bread. Then it reads thus: as the evening approached, the disciples came to him. They said, "This is a remote place, and it is already getting late. Send," please listen to this, "send the crowds away so they can go to the villages and buy themselves food." Jesus replied, "They do not need to go away. You give them something to eat." We have here only 5 loaves of bread and 2 fish, they answered. Jesus said, "Bring them here." And he directed the people to sit down on the grass, taking the 5 loaves and 2 fish, and looking up to heaven, he gave thanks and broke the loaves. Then he gave them to the disciples, and the disciples gave them to the people. They all ate and were satisfied. And all disciples picked up the 12 baskets of broken pieces that were left. The number of those who were fed were more than 5,000. I want to say to us, beloved, this morning as I'm going to pray, let's be careful that our inadequacy should not kill or abort the assignment God has given to you. Be careful that your own inadequacy do not abort God's mission in your life. I was reading somewhere, trying to find out, program director, what inadequacy is all about. Inadequacy is an indication of being unequal to what a task requires. And good. It is an indication of being unequal, and you think so. You think you are unequal to what a task requires. In other words, you think you lack. You think you are not efficient. You think you are not enough. You think you have got inability to do certain things. That is inadequacy. That is how, beloved, sometimes we look at ourselves. I'm not good enough to can do certain things. It is exactly what the disciples did when there were crowds of people, 5,000, over 5,000 people. Then what happened is that they said to Jesus, let them go and search for food themselves. Just no, give them something to eat. Number one, I want to say this. We were not called to send people away. We were called to feed the people. We were called to help those who cannot help themselves. We were called by God to provide. We don't send people away. Don't say no to people. Let them go and find or search food for themselves. Now, Jesus says to them, what do you have? Now, listen to the disciples what they say. They say, we don't have, but the only thing that we have is 2 fish and 5 loaves. So they look at themselves as if they don't have anything. They never thought that when they have faith in their master, there could be what is called multiplication. They never thought that the moment, now Jesus teaches them something. He says, okay, you don't have, it's fine, but bring them here. He said, what he did is that he took this, and I'm saying that the moment you take something, it means that it means involvement. Involve yourself, number one. Involve yourself in something. Make your hands dirty. Get involved. There are people who sit back, look at things, and the only thing they are good at is to complain, whereas they don't do anything. They will complain from the morning till sunset, folding their arms, sitting back, doing nothing. Get involved. Number 2, she just says, he looked up and blessed. There can always be multiplication when we take our inadequacy to Jesus. Jesus, I'm unable, but I know you can make me able. Now, let me show you as I close. 3 people. Number 1, Moses, when God called him, remember what he said? He said, I come from a poor background. I'm unable to go. Now, let me tell you, it was not Moses talking. It was inadequacy in Moses talking. It was not Moses. The inadequacy in Moses is the one that is talking to God to say, I cannot go because my background is poor. Not Moses himself. Because God knew what Moses had. The second one is the guy by the name of Gideon. And you remember? The inadequacy in Moses, in Gideon said, I am from the weakest family or tribe. Now, I didn't end there. He said, I am the weakest in the tribe. I am from the weakest tribe, but also I am the weakest in the tribe. Inadequacy speaking. The third one is Jeremiah. Jeremiah, I'm too young. I don't have an experience to can do this work. Beloved, I want to tell you, it's not about you saying these things. It's about your inadequacy. You're looking at what you don't have. You are not focusing on what you have. God has bestowed in all of us the gifts, talents to can change South Africa as a whole. This is the formula that all of us have to grasp to change people around us, cities around us, villages around us, and the country as a whole. We have been called to do that. I'm closing. Beloved, I've got a problem nowadays with the people who are sitting lal. and doing nothing. We care. God does not call the qualified, but he qualifies those he calls. You see, the problem I have with these people, they didn't understand. They couldn't understand the disciples. They couldn't understand that when Christ is in the midst, you can't miss. They didn't understand that you cannot have Christ and be crushed. God bless us today. Let this session, this empowerment session, workshop, become a fruitful. Program director, look, this thing I'm saying before I go. You see, I've attended meetings, man, a lot of them, nationally, provincially, even abroad. But the problem is that after tomorrow, when you go back, now you're from Polokwane, what is it that we're going to do? What is it that we're going to do? We attend these things. Hey, let me tell you, it's not about the. I had a nice breakfast this morning. Whenever I enjoyed it, I was in tears were coming down. Oh my God, this breakfast. But this is beyond the breakfast. But true. The breakfast you had this morning. It has got nothing to do with how beautiful you slept. Last night I had to go and swim a little bit. I enjoyed myself before I went to bed. It has got nothing to do with that. But it has got something to do with the mandate God has given to you to go and change the situation where you come from. In Jesus' name, amen. Come, let us pray. Let's pray. Zehudira hataka tatu ya hau ankosiam ipe bana bahau bana baha. Hey. Heavenly Father, thank you for inspiring us this morning, telling us that we should check our inadequacy. We have what it takes to change our situations, to change the world as a whole, to transform South Africa to become a better country. Help us, Lord, that we should not come here at this conference and go back the same. No. I refuse in the name of Jesus Christ that we are going to benefit, and when we go back to our constituencies, those we serve, those we lead will also benefit. Bless each and every speaker today and all the work that is happening today. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm always humbled to follow after a very good speaker. And thank you so much, Colonel. The words were really prepared for us to actually feel our soul. And I think, like you said, this was not food for what you had for breakfast, but this was food for the soul. And I think the message was fit for this event that we are actually having, where we need to actually be taking something that we need to do with this, with the message and the knowledge that would be shared with everyone. And thank you so much. I think that was really appreciated. Thank you so much, Anel. I think one of the things that I'm going to do, because we don't know who is here, and as I'm going to follow protocol, they always say protocol observed. You know, that's an easy way as a politician when you don't want to acknowledge your enemy. When I don't want to acknowledge all protocol observed. Then you know there's an enemy. There's an enemy camp. I think from my side, I want to actually just take this opportunity and acknowledge my colleagues and our funders that have made this event possible. I would want to actually acknowledge Mitlali from Chikululu Trust. It's our leader. She actually has the best interest in the community, and that's the reason we are actually where we are today, sharing what we are going to share with everyone. My mom, sister, granny, I call her everything. Marita, it's our mother in the office. She is the program director from NACOSA, and she is the one that is actually overlooking all the programs within the organization. And thank you, Marita, for always trusting in us. And I think I'm taking the message that we actually had this morning. It's about you saw the ability in all of us, and you made sure that you're nourishing that every day. Thank you so much. In terms of Makhosi Arnaluana, in the midst we have Makhosi, we have SAPS, we have DSD.
Always trusting
we do have
in us, and I think
facilities that we have been supporting.
That we actually had this morning. It's about you saw the ability in all of us, and you made sure that you're nourishing that every day. Thank you so much.
Possible, and thank you.
In terms of Makhosi Arnaluana, in the midst we have Makhosi, we have SAPS, we have DSD, trusting in us, and I think
facilities that we have been supporting. Simon, Bongi from our comms, and who did I miss? I hope Nancy. Yeah, I will not eat if I miss Nancy. And I think the team made it possible to make sure that we are having this successful event. Thank you so much for always being rallying behind everything that we are doing as a team. I'm going to give over to Costa in terms of following protocol. The provincial Costa we do have in our midst, Northwest and Limpopo. And I think both sides in terms of SAPS and DSD, in terms of our stakeholders, but also our facilities that we have are coming from both Northwest and Limpopo. But I'm going to actually start by honoring Makhosi Arona and asking Costa provincial teams to actually then do have in our midst Northwest and Limpopo. And I think both sides in terms of SAPS and DSD, in terms of our stakeholders, but also our facilities that we have are coming from both Northwest and Limpopo. But I'm going to actually start by honoring Makhosi Arona and asking Costa and provincial teams to actually then do have in our midst Northwest and Limpopo. And I think both sides in terms of SAPS and DSD, in terms of our stakeholders, but also our facilities that we have are coming from both Northwest and Limpopo. But I'm going to actually start by honoring Makhosi Arona and asking Costa and provincial teams to actually then do have in our midst Northwest and Limpopo. And I think both sides in terms of SAPS and DSD, in terms of our stakeholders, but also our facilities that we have are coming from both Northwest and Limpopo. But I'm going to actually start by honoring Makhosi Arona and asking Costa and provincial teams to actually then do have in our midst Northwest and Limpopo. And I think both sides in terms of SAPS and DSD, in terms of our stakeholders, but also our facilities that we have are coming from both Northwest and Limpopo. But I'm going to actually start by honoring Makhosi Arona and asking Costa and provincial teams to actually then do have in our midst Northwest and Limpopo. And I think both sides in terms of facilities and DSD, in terms of our stakeholders, but Colleagues that are doing comms from our side, they requested that the speakers should come to the stage so that they are able to actually have a view of the speakers. Let me not continue view of the speakers. I think from Limpopo, who's doing the introduction for Makoti Arona.
From Hoxton, Limpopo, under House of Traditional Leaders. Rena Magoshi Arna at Lemo, Nikopelo Watsbisha, Kipao Magoshi, Rekivatsbisha, Bakaisha, let's all got Regasser by Melene. Bama Tomornali, Hoshi Maila, Hoshi Maila, Chair Yarna Sekhukhune, local house, King Watwa Mall. Raba gape le Hosi Mukari ke Pako Jaka Jaka Traditional Council ke member ya rena ya Limpopo House of Traditional Council. Raba le Khoshi Dikhale ke member ya rena ya Limpopo House of Traditional Council Morari. Ba gape le Khoshi Langa ke deputy ya rena ya ko Waterberg local House of Traditional Council. So, Rabahapele Inkosi Matangu, ki chair na ya ko Waterberg local House of Traditional Council, Thabazimbi. Waterberg, yes, Waterberg local house. And then Resana Lapeba on the way, Nalosi Bungeni, by Kotzile, Rabahapele Hoshiraj Malepe from Sekhukhune, Lebana Mutzile, Bakofishas. I introduce her. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Kaleboga re na le batho ba ba re tlhokometseng ko di community tsa rena ba make sure gore re follow melao. Ke ne ke gopela batho ba ko SAPS also re bane le motho a introducing batho ba rona ba ko SAPS ene ke tla thoma ka Limpopo.
Dumela. Ki Colonel Mukame from the Provincial Office Limpopo. Kafasra gender-based violence, victim empowerment, including the vulnerable groups. Kisepilali Babagulu, all protocol observed. Kamus policing, Kitlo Bela MLL Bona, Kitlo Tomac Provincial Commander, El Moguluarena, Kekal Maja. Renaleva Spiritual Services, Kekolar Colonel Mukwinaki, Warrant Officer from EHW, Navakasatziborna EHW Railway. Vakaimela Babona. Renali Captain Mabucha from FCS le yona ke abbreviation mara ke tse gore ra goreng ba tlhokometse go nyakiša bana le melato ya di-rape. Ra ba le ba Junior Management Corps ke Sesiphuti ke chairperson ya gona. Re na le ba Men for Change ke warrant officer Molepo ke advocate Monola ka mangwalo. Re na le ba Women's Network ke lebetse se name le tla ntshwarela ke kgopela emele le mone. Se senya nako re na le di representatives from the stations ke di station coordinators ke bona ba ileng gore ke mashole on the ground ke kgopela ba emelele le di coordinators ya rena from the stations. Ra leboga.
Thank you so much, Raleboga. Canal? It's right. No, I'm saying Canal. I'm saying it right. Okay, thank you. Northwest? Kana protection Northwest. How I make my kids. Kira how ka tlisa magosi ya rena ba se protected. Huh?
Good morning. While mo staging ke Constable Apani, representa Bretse, kera Rustenburg. Kita malu Sergeant
Muje, ki na Sergeant Muje, from Rustenburg region, ki represent a station a small station in Litabo, SAPS. Merkwa kala kenela anabua, I'm in the ground lin. Kina CPO ya kuteng, Rebecca Katsona GBV, community safety as a whole. Thank you.
Yeah, no, Caleb.
Thank you. Thanks. I think what we're going to do, we do have, DSD Provincial, Kimatlo introducing DSD, then Northwest would follow immediately after OP.
Machelon, Bovuan, Rovu. I thought Colonel Mokami will introduce all of us. I thought we came here as a team. So, good morning, colleagues. I'm Patience Nabo, responsible for victim empowerment program at the Provincial DSD. I haven't seen some of my colleagues, so I will assume that some of them will just stand up as and when I request, as per the invitation. I'm with the district coordinator for Sekhukhune district, Ms. Kumucho Manzi. You can stand up, ma'am, so that I can see you. So, and then I give it to you, ladies. Good morning, ma Sharon. So I did not have a platform to sleep down, so I was. And then we have Ms. Kensani Maluleke, the district coordinator from Capricorn district. We have Ms. Siroa from Sekhukhune CYCC. Do we have any colleague from Waterberg? I haven't seen any. Can I also have the organization, our VEPs from Mokopane in Sekhukhune? I've seen some of my colleagues. Can you stand up so that they can see you? And then I've also seen our VEPs from Sekhukhune. Did I say Sekhukhune previously? Before it was Waterberg. Now can we see the ones from Sekhukhune? Thank you, colleagues. If I've missed you and you feel that it is important for you to be introduced, please just come to me. I've seated there. I can talk to Osmunene to do that, because sometimes we might have spoiled your 2 days, so we don't want to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sis P. Really appreciate Northwest. I think we can follow suit and introduce also our facilities. Thanks.
Good morning, dumelang bakgetso. Dikgosi tsa rona tse di tlhomphegileng ka le dumedisa. I'm Petronella Tekiso from Northwest Province, DSD Provincial Office. I'm a Victim Empowerment Program. I'm with Oslorato Rakatani. She's also from Provincial Office under Victim Empowerment Program. We also have, I don't know whether she's already here. Naomi, okay. Naomi Malobe. She's representing Bojanala District Office. We also have Oscarabo. She's from Rustenburg's Safe House. And we have our NPOs here. We have Puking. Can they all stand up? It's our NPO in Puking. Then we have Itswekele Sedi. Can you please also stand up so that we can acknowledge you? I like it. Then, okay, sorry. We also have Bela-Bela Crisis Center in Mokwase. Can you also stand up, please? For Northwest, we only have a contract with Bojanala district. Maybe that's why we are just a few. The other 3 districts are not here. So thank you. I don't think I've forgotten anyone. If so, can all the representatives from Northwest stand up? Those I didn't call. There's no one else. Okay, thank you. Okay, Valerie. Oh, I'm sorry, ma. You're also acknowledged. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think I'm going to take the last one, and before our young people that are here, we are in the midst. We do have the Office of the Premier from both Limpopo and Northwest. Can we have representatives?
Dumelang bakgetso makgosi ya rona. Nna ke nna Vivian Moremi from the Provincial Council on AIDS that is located in the Office of the Premier. But I'm not alone. I'm going late to Silas Dikoko, who is representing our CEO, Margaret Mokhoto at the moment. I am located in Bojanala. And I'm happy that my stakeholders have been introduced. But apart from that, I am with COCTA, CWP program. Ntate Sanismatu, Ntate Roberto Sekwalo. Ntate Sanismatu is overlooking the whole district. Ntate Sekwalo, it's looking at the Brits, Madibeng area. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think for us not to spend a lot of time, ke kopa go acknowledge young people that are here that are making this whole program to become a success. So all the young people, if you know you're young at heart, ising bo bubutom dala or busisom dala, young people, let's acknowledge ourselves. Let's thank all the young people that have participated in the program. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I get youth and dala. When you go around the street, people will tell you, no, youth and dala, and you're asking yourself, youth and dala. Young adults. All right, I think we're going to start with our program. We do have programs in our bags. We have already done introductions. We're going to actually then go into just having a bit of an overview in relation to how the program have started. Unfortunately, before I do that, sorry, I need to actually acknowledge that we did have apologies from Anglo, and I think you're going to actually understand how the Anglo is featuring into the whole event and the programs, because they are the main funders that are actually funding through Chikululu. Unfortunately, they were not able to actually come, but also we do have a message from our CEO from NACOSA, and the ED was not able to come because he had other competing, but he has sent the delegation and the team from the SMT to actually represent him. So I just wanted to make that acknowledgement in terms of the apologies. And we would follow our program for today, looking at having young people also coming in and representing the lessons that they have actually learned over the period. But also after lunch, after tea, we're going to then have our stakeholders that would actually then come in and share with us how we have actually engaged with them over the period of 18 months, and would have lunch and would have group discussions. And I think this is where Colonel was actually then talking about the issue around how are we taking lessons so that we're not just talking and talking, how are we actually going to implement this and align it and integrate it to the plans that we already have in relation to GBV. So we'll go into group discussion, and then we'll come back and have our discussion. But as we are starting, I would want to actually borrow two quotes from the two leaders that I respect highly. And this, what is funny is that these are the two presidents that were the first black presidents, both in South Africa and the US. I quote a leader, because we are in the leadership workshop. A leader, it's like a shepherd. He or she stays behind the flocks, letting the most noble go out ahead, whereupon the other followers, not realizing that all along they are being directed from behind. Holy Tlhatlha Mandela. And the other leader that I'm quoting is Barack. He said, "We did not come to fear the future. We came here to shape it." And I think, Pastor, I'm following in terms of your words, and hence I was feeling we are in the right meeting for us to can actually then talk about things that are actually affecting us. We have done introduction, and we have a very nice exercise for us to have a sense of what are the expectations. As we drive in from different areas, we always thinking about what is it that we want to get out of this. Because yes, we meeting new people, we seeing each other for the first time, but there's a lot of learning that we are going to do. And the issue around expectation is for us to actually have a sense of what is it that everyone that is sitting in the room wanting to actually then get for us to actually then be able to go back home and plow back. A very interesting tool that we are using, my colleague Tracy is going to guide us in terms of the usage of the tool. It's called Menti. I get we learning, ne? Remember, we have been taught we're going to learn new things. So, who has a smartphone? Who has a smartphone? You heard I was very specific. Smartphone. Our young people, no one has a smartphone. You know you're holding your smartphone, but you're not raising your hand. I'm looking at your smartphone. Hey, get or get scrap as a smartphone. Oh, when I smartphone, when I scrap, when I tiki. Eh? Like it's tiki ne? So for us to do the QR code, you can't do it at Limpopo. Limpopo doesn't do the QR code. We can't trap you. So we're looking for people with smartphones. Move to tables where we're seeing but if I fell out green, red, no drop. Let me call and hang up. I think I'm looking, my team, please go to Makhosi Radang Kapilwa Kakamuk. Help them with the QR code, and then they can help you in terms of words that we are going to put. How the Menti does, the team is going to show you. You actually then download the QR code, and then when you're downloading the QR code, you'll go into where you're getting the first questions in relation to expectations, and there are 3 questions that it's actually prompting us to answer. Just one word and in all the questions, and we're going to actually then see your live responses here. Team, help. 2 minutes. Kiabona, you host Matangufel, Kibonanga Azam. You got it, eh? Lina mo ki youth in Dalam. Yes. We got it. Each desk, each table got it, ne? We got it, ne? So start responding to the questions. As you're going, I think Tracy got it, so we can go into the, thank you. And then yes, as you're responding, do submit. Or QR code again. Sorry? Yes. No, fine. We want this one only. So if we ask people are responding, it's actually adding there. So the QR code, you can still get it. Wow, who's that? Oh, wow. So you can actually see your only 28 people responded. so we can actually then start with, yeah. Oh, no, 62, I know, we're doing very well. I think, wow. Okay. I know it's a very interesting tool to play with. Thank you so much. I think we can still continue to do this even during the day. We're going to also then do it even later on when we are doing the other exercises, so that, you know what, there's something that we have actually learned. Today I've introduced to you guys the Menti. Nice learning. Interesting. People can actually see what they're responding to when we are in meetings. And we have about 74 responses that are actually coming through. And in terms of our expectations that I'm seeing, we want to look at issues around empowerment, collaboration, learning, certificates, growing, networking, growth, eliminate GBV, because I think that is what we actually fight to make sure that we are dealing with the pandemic. NSP on GBVF. Development and implementation program, I love this, to address solutions, beautiful one. Because we always talk about problems, let's talk about solutions more than anything else. And yeah, we're going to actually just project this so we can actually see all the expectation. I think this is a very nice wall that actually reminds us in terms of why we're doing what we're doing. And I think we all came up with all the expectations that we want to see happening for this meeting. So thank you so much. Without wasting a lot of time, I'm going to actually allow my colleague, Marita, to actually come in. No, I'm going to take Michelle first. Sorry. Michelle, I'm taking you first. Let me take, because I think it needs to go from the funder to us that have received money in terms of giving the bigger picture. But I think before we do that, I would want to actually just emphasize on the issue around the purpose of why we are here. It's basically to share our, showcase our work that we have actually done with the young people over the period of 18 months and the facilities that are actually implementing VEPs and TCCs within the mining communities where Anglo is implementing their mine and they have their mines, and to make sure that we are able to actually have collaboration, conversations, and insight in terms of our work that we are doing. Hence, we're having different stakeholders that are here coming in. So let's ensure that whatever that we are discussing, we need to take it back to our communities so that we are able to strengthen the work that we are doing in relation to GBV. And more than anything else, the biggest issue that we are fighting for is to make sure that we are keeping the spread of GBV in our communities, because we're really struggling in relation to how do we then deal with the pandemic that it's facing our communities, our households, our country at large, in ensuring that we are able to actually then keep that in our response as facilities, as the law and as the traditional leaders that are in the midst, and as DSD, in ensuring that we are able to actually then close this fire that it's actually burning our communities, because we're struggling every day in dealing with issues around GBV. But also, I think strengthening, yes, I've spoken about strengthening relationship, but to look also in terms of how our program is responding to our 6 pillars that we are implementing in relation to GBVF, that it's guiding the way we respond in relation to our programmatic response and the way we actually engage with our communities. I think with this, I'm going to give it over to Michale to give us just a background in relation to where we come from and why the funders have actually seen in terms of their implementation around GBV. Thank you.
right, good morning. This is very nerve-wracking, but acknowledging the royal houses and everyone who is here, all protocol is observed. I've learned that that's the general statement that you say. But anyway, let me start by introducing myself. My name is Mihlali Mzima. I am a social investment specialist. What that essentially means is that on a day-to-day, I work on programs that are focused on social impact, that are focused on development, and almost driving those and managing those programs on behalf of our clients, and of course, then working together with various program partners, of which on this project we have several program partners, NACOSA being one of them. So I'll start by basically as a point of departure, speaking on behalf of Chigululu Trust, who is a small company in Parktown, has no footing in these communities, but we work together with various clients. One of our clients actually is Anglo American Platinum, who in one way or form has a relationship with your communities, with your institution, etc. And so in terms of this particular project, I think I'll start by saying that our commitment as Chigululu has always been around social impact, has always been around development, and we do so by leveraging the access that we have, leveraging the resources that we have and the expertise that we have to drive positive change in various communities. And so we firmly believe, in leveraging these different outputs to make sure that we maximize the impact that we have in South Africa as a whole and globally as well. And so for GBV specifically, we always make sure that any program that we are managing is underscored by the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, and aligned to those pillars of prevention, of social cohesion, of safety, of protection, and making sure that we drive economic empowerment as well for GBV survivors. So working together with Anglo, this was a strategic partnership and aligned to both ours and their commitment to sustainable development, but also the ethical reasons are behind why you need to be addressing GBV anyway. And so I think for this particular project, Anglo had been implementing a program in 2020 and 2021, which they called the GBV program, and it is implemented across their 6 host communities. And so at the onset of COVID-19 and the unrest that were happening in 2022, they saw it fit to then develop this comprehensive response to GBV to respond to COVID and the unrest that were happening and the implications thereof. So this program was then brought to Chigululu because of our expertise, and we worked together with them closely to then form a strategy that would help them in responding across various sectors, right, that were affected by COVID-19 and the unrest that were happening. And so GBV falls within a program that is larger than that. So we're doing various things in this program. GBV is just one part of it. There's also work that is being done through bursaries. There's work that is being done through water and sanitation. There's work being done with infrastructure, etc. So it's a quite big commitment that they've made. But today we're just going to be zoning in on the GBV component of that. And so we worked together with them in 2022 to then develop this very comprehensive and rigorous program that would essentially build on the foundation that they had already laid in 2020 and 2021. And we then called it the GBV Program Extension Project. And we went through various iterations of trying to align on what would be the best way to comprehensively respond to COVID-19 and the implication that it had specifically on GBV in their communities within a time-bound and limited budget. And so the project initially was going to be about 12 months. between 2022 going into 2023, but we saw that there was a greater need in the communities and a great need with the facility that we were working with. I think there's 20 of them, Mene, if I'm not mistaken. There's 20 GBV facilities that we were working with. And, we saw that there really is a need to continue supporting them. And so it's been extended a few times in that 12 months. And this is where we find ourselves now, where it is closing up, but we're also having conversations on the side to see how we can continue to contribute to supporting these facilities, because they are emerging facilities and they are working in grassroots settings, and so there is a need for them to continually be supported in various means. But just to summarize the approach, I think we've taken a three-pronged approach. There is capacity building that is being done, and that is being done with the support of NACOSA. There is work that was done with a Grow, Learn and Own project that is also under the program, but under a different project, which is Sustainable Livelihoods and Economic Empowerment. But we've been ensured that we support that mandate through the GBV program by specifically targeting GBV survivors, because we know that one of the reasons why GBV is perpetuated in communities is financial dependence on perpetrators. And so it was very important for us to then drive economic empowerment for survivors. And so we had the GLOW program that specifically targeted survivors that had been seeking support through the facilities that are currently being supported. And then the third priority that this project had was also then introducing some infrastructural support to identified facilities. And really the thinking around that was to ensure that even the spaces that the community or the members of the community seek support from are dignified, are comfortable, and are safe. And so we've worked closely with various stakeholders. So for the VEPs, we've worked closely with SAPS, of course, to identify what the immediate needs and within that budget were for these facilities. And we've done, I think, this great work that's been done in that regard. And so you can see that it's quite a comprehensive response, and it exemplifies really the importance of partnership when you are working in the GBV space. No one entity can respond adequately or efficiently to GBV. It's just too big of a problem, it's too complex, and so it was important for us also to then leverage the partnerships that we have to then grow the success of the program, but also make sure that once we leave these communities, because I mean, we're not going to be there forever, we've built a foundation that is solid enough for them to then carry the beacon and have these programs be sustainable beyond the grant period. So that is a big focus in terms of the work that we do and our approach. Three things that are important to us: sustainability, impact, and partnership. And I think once you have that formula down, you can definitely make a difference in communities. And so I'll leave it there, but in closing, I just want to say thank you again for all the work that you've been doing, for participating in this program, and we really do hope that, it will form as a guideline to other funders as well, to almost respond in a way that is effective, that is efficient, and that is impactful when responding to gender-based violence. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michele. Well said. And I think the message that is actually coming out is the issue around the multisectoral engagement and involvement, because then if you work alone, you're not going to go far. But if we work together, we would be able to actually make a difference. And I think we're sitting here looking at each other, and we said part of this event is about building networks and collaborations, and I think let's actually take that opportunity, because the more different minds can actually make a difference as compared to just one person, because then you have now I'm going back to Pastor, where we have our limitations. Now we need to actually have other people that holds their hand, but also have a different perspective. So thank you so much. I have an announcement before Marita comes. SAPS BWL 90613. The passenger window is open, the SAPS car. So please, let's go close so that we don't find firearms missing. because then we're going to have a problem. And you know, it's an opportunity. Come on. Pastor, don't do this to me. Let me look this way. I didn't say that. Let's go close the window. All right. I think I'm going to actually thank so much for giving us the high-level intention, and I think Marita is going to come in and actually then take us through the journey that NACOSA has actually got involved in the program, in taking the mandate and also the vision that the funders have actually had. Yeah, over to you, Marita. Badandi.
Good morning, everyone. Wonderful to be here. My name is Marita Vos. As Monene has said, I'm the Program Director of NACOSA. I sit in Cape Town behind my computer, far away from here, not doing the important work of the organizations that are with us today. It's really an honor to be here today and to meet with all of you, the traditional house leaders that was introduced to us this morning, and the government departments and the GBV facilities that we worked with, and the young people, really wonderful. I think I met with some of you at the GBV summit that we had in Polokwane last year. I think it was in November. And it was wonderful to see that T-shirt this morning, Take Back the Night, the walk that we had there. Very good to see that you still have that T-shirt and that you're wearing it. And yes, thank you to the colonel or the pastor. I don't know, is it the colonel or pastor or both? Chaplain, okay. But for the wonderful message this morning, you reminded me to forget about my inadequacies and just do the work because it's necessary. Thank you so much. So I want to just start with a little bit of information about NACOSA, not too much, but just to say that you know, we're a networking organization that partners with communities and with organizations for better health in Southern Africa. So we have, I think it's now over 800 or 900 organizations that's affiliated to us, and that's getting information from us, and that attends our training courses. Marietta's here, that's heading up our training institute, and we're doing a lot of work with these organizations. Our organization started in 1992 already, in October of 1992, when there was a big conference on HIV in South Africa, and it was opened by Nelson Mandela at the time at that conference, and then this organization or this group was formed that was called the National AIDS Convention of South Africa, and that's what NACOSA stood for at that time. And then there was lots of developments in this organization over the years. I mean, it's 32 years later, and we're now called the Networking Aid Community of Southern Africa, but we're also working on so much else. We focus on HIV, on AIDS and TB, and other public health issues like gender-based violence. We have a very big program on gender-based violence, sexual and reproductive health, and pandemics that we are working on. We really want to strengthen community systems through capacity building and training and mentoring and leadership development, of which this workshop is about today. We also what you call a grant management organization. So we do fundraising, and then we try to get that funding to the organizations where the real work is happening, and program management. And we provide and enable access to services for key and vulnerable groups in all of these diseases and pandemics. And so, yes, we do facilitate networking and coordination and collective action within the public health ecosystem. So it's wonderful for me to look at this whole hall today and see all these people and think different institutions and how good it is to be here together. So if you just want to look at the next slide, please. Yeah, there it's showing. If there's, you only have to remember 5 words if you think of NACOSA. It's what I said now. We want services to be delivered. good services, and it must be accessible. We want to strengthen community systems, everyone working together. We want to get resources, we want to get that money, but not only money, but we want to get skills to people. We want to advocate for the important issues on gender-based violence, and we want to network. So we can define our organization by these 5 words. Okay, then next on to GBV. I can show you a slide here that is a model for NACOSA that we are using to deal with gender-based violence. I'm not going to go through this whole thing because it will take me a day. But there's 8 focus areas that we are looking at to deal with gender-based violence. It's firstly where you start with a client, that victim that comes through the door and that has problems in terms of gender-based violence and sexual violence that's happened, how you can help and how you can refer that person further on for additional services. Then post-violence care. This happens in hospitals, in clinics, at Thuthuzela Centres. Lots of work being done there. Extended support, here we look at violence. Support groups maybe, counseling, help with court applications, help with shelter, housing, employment, things like that is the extended support that we need to make sure is given to clients. Coordinated response, yes, to see how SAPS and a DSD and the traditional leaders and the organizations are all working together. It's coordinated, it's well functioning. Community engagement. How much are we really talking to the communities out there in the dialogues and making sure that what we do is actually dealing with the needs of the people, or are our services irrelevant? Then, of course, advocacy, we need to talk to the decision makers, the policy makers, the people up there that's making the laws and the guidelines and the policies. And then capacity building is training, coaching, mentoring. And then the last one, community-based prevention. And here is our awareness campaigns. And I think our organizations will talk about today also about how they did this in their communities. Thank you. So now I can start with the background of the project. I think this thing is a bit slow. But yes, okay. We submitted a funding proposal to the Chikalulu Trust in, I think, the latter half of 2022. And we were successful and very happy when we learned that we got this grant and that we are going to receive funding from Chikalulu Trust. Mishlali, that is when we really started working with you from the Anglo American Platinum towards 2 projects. And these projects were called the GBV Program Extension Project, and the other one was called the Sustainable Livelihoods Project. And we started mobilizing and appointing staff members in October, from October 22, but the real work only really commenced around February of 2023, where the activities started in the communities. The purpose of this project, the GBV one, was to support 21 identified GBV facilities in Limpopo and North West provinces around the Anglo mining communities. And the Sustainable Livelihoods Project was about economic and livelihood opportunities to provide that for 240 young people and further financial support for selected entrepreneurs that were part of those 240 young people. So I mentioned that we started in that last bit of 2022 to appoint staff to work in this project. And I just want to acknowledge the NACOSA team who implemented this project. Honestly, I want you to stand up. You cannot find more competent and more committed staff members than the ones that you will see now. Monene, please stand up, and all the whole team, please show yourself. All in the room. Thank you again from my side. On these two tables, you can see the organizations that we worked with. The ones in orange are state departments and state facilities. So for those facilities, we couldn't provide funding. You can't get an NGO that provides funding to a state department. It should be the other way around, isn't it? Yeah. But we supported those departments and those facilities, sometimes with paying towards their, their functions and their forum meetings and their workshops and so on, and their awareness campaigns. And we worked with them through networking and collaboration. But the other organizations here that you see, I want to mention them shortly because I think they are so important and the work that they are doing in the field. So in the Northwest, it was in the Bojanala district, Bela-Bela Crisis Center, Kiso Kelesedi, the Pukeng Trauma Center, the Valerie House Kids. Those are the civil society organizations that we worked with. And then we had the Job Shimakani Tabani TCC, of course, and Rustenburg Safe House. In Limpopo, we were in 3 districts, Capricorn, Sekhukhune, and Waterberg. In Capricorn, we had the 2 state facilities, the Shego TCC and the Kuzuleka Place of Safety. In Sekhukhune, we had the Tubasi Child and Youth Care Center, is it? Yeah, it's called. That is a state center, and then our other organizations, Mampuru VEP, Mecklenburg VEP, Atok VEP, and Tubati Victim Empowerment Support Center. In Waterberg, we have the Northern VEP, Tenmane Victim Support Center, Mokopane VEP, Mahuelareng VEP, and then our 2 state facilities, Mokopane TCC and the Bukamosu VEP. So we have spent a year and a bit, I would say, with these organizations, doing lots of work with them, and we are going to hear more about that today. The next slide talks about the goals of this gender-based violence project. There were 4 main goals. We wanted to give technical assistance to organizations. We wanted to make sure that there are care services, and those care services are improved and expanded to all gender diverse people who experience gender-based violence, services that meet the specific needs of people, services that are victim-centered, survivor-focused, readily available and accessible, and that are quality services. And we wanted to make sure also that there are comfort packs and food packs for those gender-based violence victims that needed those. On the front of law enforcement and legal support, we wanted to work with existing structures that are there, are the structures of authority, like the courts, the traditional leaders, to foster strong accountability and access to justice and gender-based violence services. We wanted also to have strengthened gender-responsive policing efforts to build trust between the police and local communities, improving collaboration with other service providers, and supporting the police middle managers to deliver survivor-centered approaches. And then lastly, we wanted to address women's unequal economic and social position. So how do we want to do that? We wanted to refer clients to livelihoods programs so that they could access employment and income generating opportunities. We wanted to promote networking initiatives, and we wanted community mobilization through GBV awareness campaigns, awareness raising campaigns in communities. So 4 big things that we wanted to accomplish. In the next slide, I'm showing the goals of the Livelihoods program. So here we had 3 main goals. We wanted to promote work readiness for young people. And we wanted to do this through work readiness training and financial literacy training, and to introduce them to entrepreneurship and educational access, workplace placement, and so on. Then those economic opportunities and business development we wanted to do more of. And so here we have the grow, learn, own goals that we talked about. In terms of grow, we had a food growing and food gardening aspect to this program. In terms of learning, there was lots of skills training by different service providers who provided those skills training. People were placed in jobs to get more experience. And then own, in terms of entrepreneurs, it's so difficult to start a business on your own and to try and make it work. And so for those entrepreneurs, we wanted to do coaching by business leaders, but also provide them with further support. And in the support, we talk about the coaching and the helping people to get personal action plans, and to also give them support, financial support also, in terms of having childcare support and money for transport if they needed to go to a class, and training fees and so on. And we also provided food gardens in some of the communities. We trained community groups also in this food gardening skills. And then startup funding for the businesses. On that right-hand side, you can see the names of the service providers that we worked with. And you may remember, some of you, that we worked with an organization called Bela Africa, who did a lot of the financial training, Real Life, who did the food gardening skills training, and then our organizations that supported all of this and helped the young people to make sure that they get to the classes and so on, was Mampuru and Mecklenburg, Northern and Kitso Kelesedi, who helped us a lot to get this program off the ground. IPASA is the business mentor organization that also provided a lot of coaching in this program. Right, I'm nearly done. A list of GBV activities. So I mentioned the goals, but what did we actually do? Lots of training of facility board members. So we worked with the boards of the organizations of the facilities. A couple of weekends that we took the boards through training and talked about governance and oversight processes and what is their role in supporting their organizations. Also the training of the staff of the facilities. There was so much training. It was around legislation and policies about the GBV core package of post-violence care services. It was about referral systems. It was about court support and legal support, and a whole host of information around GBV. We also trained the facility staff in what we call organizational development skills. And this is where you look at how to manage projects, how to run awareness campaigns, how to market your services, how to capture data, how to maintain an M&E system, how to become more sustainable and think about fundraising. And then we also assisted many of the facilities here with updated new logos. So one of these days, I hope you will see their logos on their websites or on their stationery. And we also help them to get new marketing materials like videos to talk and show about the work that they are doing. So all the organizations will have this to show out there. We provided job aids for first responders and counselors so they can put that on their desk and they can remember what to do. We had workshops with traditional leaders and traditional healers on GBV matters. That is very interesting. We had workshops with SAPS members. We had supported the GBV campaigns of government facilities and youth centers, and we also ran big campaigns together with our facilities. We supported the network platforms like the GBV forum meetings of the Department of Social Development. And we had a big GBV summit in November last year. We also funded organizations. That was never in the beginning part of the program, but later on we said our organizations need funding. And then we went back to Chikululu and we said, but can we do this? Can we reorganize our budget a little bit and provide funding to the organizations? And then we started when they are ready, when we saw that the financial systems could start dealing with this and we can make sure that they can report on the finances. We started to manage their funding, and so our organizations got funding for stipends of their staff members, for signage to put outside their workplaces to show who we are and how to get to us, for the comfort packs and the food packs that went to the clients, and for their own awareness campaigns and overheads that they used for their administration. I hope that they can build on this going further and also fundraise more for themselves so that the work can continue. Our facilities also received computers, and they received training recently also on working on those computers and getting an M&E system on there so that they can capture their data and so that they can report that data to their donors and to the Department of Social Development and to many others who want to have this information. And so we also assisted in arrangements with organizations. Some of the organizations received infrastructure through another funding stream within Chikululu, but got, lovely new safe spaces to work from. Right. In our indicator slide, this is some of the indicators that we use to measure what we were doing and the achievements. And these are just some of the achievements that I can say to you these 21 facilities reached in this year. Number of events that they conducted to mobilize communities, to raise awareness and campaign initiatives, 175. That is a lot of campaigns. And I think awareness was raised and people were reached. 22,173 people that were reached through these campaigns. Facility staff that was trained, 310 facility staff trained in these various courses. Number of GBV cases reported was 4,581. This is the impact, the outcome of it all, and very important. Number of protection orders that was applied for and granted. So this organizations, they applied, helped victims to apply for protection orders, 478 of them, and only 287 of those protection orders were granted. So we'll have to dig into that stat and to say, okay, why were the others not granted? Number of comfort packs donated to victims of gender-based violence, 437. The grocery hampers, 348. Number of young people trained on livelihood skills were 239. We're very proud of this fact. And the number of young people provided with entrepreneurial training and financial support, 39 of them got this and are busy starting up their businesses. This is just too wonderful, and we want to hear about that today. And then the income generated to this point by these young people who started their businesses, income that came in, 22,000 rand, 235 rand already has been made by these businesses. A very good start. Okay, last slide. So, when we started the program, we did an assessment. We went to all these facilities that was on the list that we had to support. We spoke to them and we asked them what are your needs and how are things going here. And then we also had discussions with the stakeholders. We went to the Department of Social Development, even Department of Health. We went to SAPS. We spoke to traditional leaders. We found out what are the problems. And then after that assessment, we said, what are the critical success factors for us? What will bring success? Or what will success look like? And we said, what we would want to say at the end of the program is that we would have trained and competent staff at the victim empowerment facilities. I think we've made a change. I think there's more work, there's always more work to be done, but I think we've made good progress on this. A thorough understanding of gender-based violence policies and plans and guidelines that are out there. Also good management. Good management. That's the governance, the boards of the organizations, but also the management of the organizations, to ensure that these objectives are implemented, that there is role clarification and everyone in the organization understand what their role is, that there's staff wellness, that there's leadership in these organizations, and that there is client satisfaction. If you ask the clients, that they can say, this organization really helped me. Good stakeholder and role player relations at all levels, and referral systems and processes in place. And that continuous networking is happening on the ground. That there's effective marketing and information strategies in place, that there's proper monitoring and evaluation systems, and data storage in place. So we are keeping our organizations are keeping very important and confidential information on the victims. And that data must be kept confidential and must be stored in a safe place in the organization. Efficient administration at facilities, planning, finances, M&E, all of that. And then improved potential for sustainability. We want to know that this organization can survive after we have left this project. So this is now leading us, I think, into the next phase of today, is to hear from organizations what do they think? What was of value to them? What should have been done? There were ups and downs in this project, many more ups than downs, but there were downs. And we need to know what could we have done better so that we can learn from this, and in next projects, when Chikulula gives us more money, that's just a tip, is to be able to even program our program better, and that we know it is based on the needs of the organizations and on communities on the ground, and for those gender-based violence victims. So with that, I want to say thank you very much for listening to me and for the work that you have done so far. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Marita has taken us through the memory lane for the past 18 months, and I think she felt the edge of not leaving the stage of not asking Jesus with the 2 fishes and 5, so that then they multiply. You see, so, and I like that you're learning, hey? This is a learning platform, so we use the opportunity very well. So, and I hope that our saviors are listening and would definitely uplift us. I think with that, thank you so much, Marita. I want to take much of the time, but I'm just reminded that I've actually missed an important announcement next door with our young people that have already, and I think Marita, when she spoke, it actually was a reminder. We do have an exhibition next door for our young people in terms of their different businesses. So please, during tea time and when we have time, please just go in and engage with the young people, have a sense of where they are, so that then we are able to actually provide them with support. So yeah, it's next door in the, what is this, Mokopane? It's Mokopane. Mokopane Hall. The young people are there. I think, yes, I would like to actually then welcome the panel that is going to discuss the issues around their lessons and success. And like Marita said, there's been ups and downs in relation to our learning and implementation of the program. I'm going to call in Gaugelo, who's going to actually then lead the panel and make sure that she would actually then introduce her teams when they're actually coming in. Tracy, I think this is a time where we can show one video as the panel is actually coming through. Thank you. How?
Thank you, Munene. Dumelang bagolo. Dumelang bagolo. Good morning. So, kalina ke kgaogelong, as I've already been introduced, I am here to just run the segment where we are going to be giving feedback in terms of what has happened. So you have heard from Chikululu Trust, you've heard from Marita, our director, in terms of why this program was here and what we actually did. Now it's a chance to hear from our organizations that benefited, as well as our participants on the GLOW program. So I want to call them onto the stage so that they can join me. Itumeleng Temane, Metokong Ngobeni, Refilwe Kwele, Tebogo Siriti, and Fortunate Mahale. Please join me on the stage.
To make sure that the work that they are doing is effective and
all protocol observed. If we live here and you forget all the information that was said here, the one thing you'll remember is all protocol observed.
Gender-based violence is a social ill that has been there for a long time.
So currently we are watching a video of Booking Trauma Center.
The work that we're doing as Booking Trauma Center as an NGO, I think is very vital. We are driven by a good passion to see that gender-based violence is addressed. As Booking Trauma Center, our activities include trauma counseling, and then it also caters for the overnight shelter. We call it an emergency shelter for the victims of domestic violence. We go out into the communities around Booking, and then we talk about gender-based violence. We do awareness campaigns, we do presentations at schools. The community is very important in liaising with the NGOs because as well the beliefs around gender-based violence are embedded in the community. Working with NACOSA has been an eye-opener. We had battled a long time in terms of capacity building in many areas like project management, sustainability strategy. They came up with a lot of capacity building, as I said, but empowering. People need to make sure that the work that they're doing is effective and is making an impact in the community.
Okay, so we're just waiting for one of the participants. She quickly stepped up, but she's coming back. So as I've said, we are going to be talking about the lessons that we've learned and the successes from this program. I've already introduced myself, so I would like for the panel members to introduce themselves. So we have two people who are coming from the facilities as implementers. So I would like for them to just introduce their name and to just also explain what is it that they're doing in that particular facility or organization. And then we also have three people that are beneficiaries on the Economic Strengthening and Livelihoods program. So I would also like for them to introduce themselves and just to say in which community are they from.
Hi. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Itumeleng Timani. I am a social work supervisor from Broken Trauma Center. The role that I play is that we have centers in different police stations in Rustenburg. So we have different satellites. I am based at the main satellite and I oversee other satellites that we have. I work with social workers that are based there, and I have been working with them to implement the program in the different communities that we have. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I go by the name of Reed. I was one of the participants in the GLU program. I'm from Mohalabana district.
Hey, good morning, everyone. My name is Refilwe Kwele. I'm from Rustenburg. I'm one of the participants for the GLU program. I went through the pathway of training over as we were being taught on what could we do best. As Beulah Africa was involved, teaching us and reminding us what are we capable of, what abilities do we have, even though we have been through a lot. But now we are survivors and we are stronger than before. Thank you so much.
Goeiemorgen allemaal. Mijn naam is Fortunate Magale. I'm from Begasford. Yeah, I guess I can't Okay, anyway, thank you everyone. Thank you everyone. I'm Fortunate Magale. I'm from Begasford. I'm here to present to the VSP. I'm a project manager. I can say I'm a project manager because I'm already in. Okay, I'm doing tissue. I'm manufacturing tissue, and then I'm supplying also. So I'm here to represent myself actually. I just want to be far than where I am now. So I'd like to thank everyone. I'm happy where I am. NACOSA Network, but you know, good. Actually, I have a lot. Serious, to be honest. Says Brenda Gowen and then the later was Sirite. Le mem Rebecca. Yalebora Galcolota. I owe you good gal rabel like Galcolota. But one day, Kittle Boncha or Rocky, Galpatella, Galilebora. Let Devon get leash. This thing is not a joke. Galilebora won't me bal. Eki mo ke stakang ke afuna. Ma'am, so. Ma'am Tebogo, o tla gole.
Sorry.
A itla gae, a itla go kopana le nna. He pay a lot. After
Thank
that,
you.
I make means gore okay, ke mo jigishe. So now,
Thank you, Fortunate. Thank you. You are already ahead of the times.
oh, okay.
We are coming. So we are still going to give you a chance to talk. So I think we still have one person who has not introduced themselves. Ma'am Toko.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Togongoeni. I'm representing all the VP which are here. I'm working at Dubat's Victim Empowerment Center. Victim Empowerment Center, we work with the victim. Our service is to give the support to our victim. And our victim mostly is women and children.
Ma'am Toko.
Okay, thank you.
Got to vigilator. Get timekeeper as well. We're just doing introductions, Baholo. We are still going to go into the details of what we are doing, how we do it, and why we do it. Just for the audience as well, there will be an opportunity for you guys to ask questions after the presentations. But for now, we are just going to zone in on the panelists and hear what they have to say to us. And then if you have any questions, please note them down, and then you can ask them after the session is completed. I think I want to start with Mem Toko already. She was already talking about the services that they are providing. So I want to give her an opportunity to expand on the services that they are doing. And I want Itumele to also join in and add in terms of why are they actually focusing on VEP programs? What is it that they've seen that made them decide that we want to do VEP programs? So you can go ahead.
Okay. Good morning again. As we start to do this work of supporting victims and giving them empower, the first time I see a man beat a woman badly, and when that woman ran to the next door neighbor, he even get there the man and beat the next door neighbor and that woman again. So I see that it is not safe. They are not safe, those people, especially the women and children, as they are vulnerable. But I cannot say that the victim is the women and children and vulnerables only. Also the men, they are also beaten by their women. So it's thereby I start thinking that I may go and assist those people in working at the victim center. Then our service there means our victim is the victims of physical abuse, emotional abuse, sexual abuse. Those victims, we are giving them temporary shelter at our center. We are giving them free meal. And then there comes NACOSA now. Our center, they were very poor. Not meaning very so poor, as social development was also the people who are helping us with some food and groceries and everything, but the money was so little. The money was not covering our victim. Then they came NACOSA now with their funding. They came on before 2019. I mean, the first people who approached us, it was Anglo. they give us a grocery for covering the period of 3 months. Then after they leave, then we start suffering. But at the end, NACOSA came to rescue. They came to a center they give us that funding that were including food voucher for our victims. As the victims.
It's what I know. Thank you.
Okay.
Give it a refer others a chance as well.
Okay.
So that Bakhono for input. Itumeleng, you can talk more about the reasons why you actually decided as Phuket Trauma Center and actually representing all the other VEPs on this program.
Since we started with the whole program, Anglo American has been mentioned a lot, right? So it's only right that I start mentioning Hore. The VP centers still they are represented here. They are in the mining areas. In the mining areas, there's a lot of population. And from that, we have experienced a lot of crime due to a lot of people. And with the crimes that Hore Mamtoko has already alluded to, when a person has been exposed to that or they have bidders, where our centers come in to offer our victims that safe space, they are able to come in and get the support that they need as we liaise with other stakeholders.
Thank you. Thank you, Tumeleng. I want to give this time to two of the participants that actually benefited from this implementation. And I want them to just describe how they started being a part of this program and what has been their journey just in terms of this program. Just briefly, if you can summarize, please, can I stop watch? So what's summarize? Top of you. Kikopa Hofa, Refilwe, and Fortunate.
Hello everyone. Ke a le dumedisa gape. Ke lebogela tšhono e ke filweng gore ke dirise. Ene ke tshepa gore Modimo a mphe matla gore ke dirise go fitlhelela fo ene a batlang. E seng fo nna ke batlang fo teng. Gore ke le nna ke tsaye karolo mo go fetoleng monagano wa motho o mongwe o ka tswang a ka tsamaya mo pathing e ke tsamaileng mo yone ya botshelo mo dikgwetlhong and everything. Go na le verse engwe mo Bible-eng. Gantse ke tsena fa yesterday I went to the cupboards and I found a Bible. I opened it and it was Psalms 104 verse 1 to 3. The Psalms 104 verse 1 to 3 ring, deliver me, O Lord, from evil men. Preserve me from violent men who plans evil things in their hearts and stir up wars continually. They make their tongue sharp as a shepherd's, and under their lips is the venom of asps. I really get this verse. Right now. There's a lot that has happened. But through it all, this program, I've managed to stand up and wake up from the sleep and neglect for you because of when they happen, you'd think it's the end of your life and journey. Everyone here, for you to become right, go read the baby before the motum. And only the expectations mo bathong, rather have expectations ko Modimong because he's the one o ka change-ang bophelo ba gago. Now, this, I had matric certificate. I'm a grade A, C-registered security guard with security event officer certificate, and then basic computer skills. Ne ke na le tsone mara ne ke sa bereke, ne ke sa tlhele ke kgona le go marketa. So NACOSA e be ke tsoga. Gone yaanong, after the program and funding, I decided to take training path. So ke ditse firearm courses, competency in handgun, shotgun, and self-loading rifle, in personal and business purpose. Through mentorship and everything, ke bereka PACE, high-risk protection, as security control room operator. I'm not just a guard. I gave me go getting. And then I assist the admin on duties, daily duties, because I only work morning shifts. Only night shift if you relieve the person on more morning shift. And I'm so grateful. The feeling again, I cannot put it in words. And every time I count from 18 months back. Naka glow. God glow and thank you so much. Ke kopa gore batho ba le ba go kitso ke lesedi ba le ba ke simolotseng go ba itse ba emela. Ene ke kopa le ba phaphathele matsogo because batho ba le
Program
ba na le lerato.
director. Go feel 2 minutes. We'll acknowledge. Yes. We'll
Ke kopa ba
acknowledge.
emelle le ba phaphathele matsogo ene ke kopa Modimo a oketse matsatsi a bone. A ba tshegofatse le ba malapa a bone le ke leboga thata le SAPS le NACOSA Bela Africa le di stakeholders tsotlhe.
Yaanong fa la program e mos.
Ke a leboga thata go menagane ke lebogeng.
I think your journey, Kibadore, the next speakers that are coming here, to also just reflect on what you have said and just indicate what pathway did they take in terms of the GLOW program and why they chose that specific pathway, and where are they now in terms of that pathway. So the next person can be Fortunate Bahali, and then Tebogo, you can follow after. You don't have to go to the podium, eh? I can look at the podium because it's at 10 minutes.
Oh, okay, now I'm going to like 5.
2 minutes.
Ke sa buile gape mo Afrikaans o buile gape, but a ke sa bulela ka Afrikaans. Ma go a latla gore ke sepele le ona. Tla ke thoma ke leboge Tebogo, me Tebogo ke gopela ba emelle ba o bone mami. Mem Rebecca ke gopela ba emelle ba bone. A se tswile Brenda, says Brenda ke gopela emelle ba bone.
Ke kopa go interject. You know, you are given the podium for yourself. I appreciate that you want to acknowledge the people that contributed, but I would want us to focus on yourself, your journey, and then there's still time, even tomorrow, there's still time to acknowledge everybody who made a contribution.
Okay, very happy ki sole. Nna ke Mopedi. Ke lebogang batho ka moka. Ke le fortunate magale. Ke tswa fatshe. And jwale ke godimo. But a so be ka modima roof. Mara ke godimo, I'm about to. Or ke fihle godima roof. At the moment, ke kreile learnership ba botšiša gore ke fortunate when you go drang ka dira combi B. After combi B ka re ke mashesha ka tsena ka kry-a mmereko ko 2 Rivers ko mining ka bereka 3 days ka re aowa tšhatane ke nnyane marula ba mpitša ka ya marula ke tla marula ba re aowa mmereko wa širepošo ka bereka ke bereka ke jika ka dira proposal tša ditissue para awe madam ka re ka mo wa bereka re ka se kgone gore re go appointe gore o supply ditissue ka mo bereka kgetha ntho one ka ra wa mmereko kampana ka o lahla ka tswela pele ka ditissue ka se sebaka ke me ditissue le a tseba ditissue di tsamaya go na di recycling go na le ditissue go na le to ply ele order mbitšeng ke tlo le lebela ke modira wa ditissue eleboga
What's the business card?
ke tlo le fa jona.
Thank you. Tebogo, you can take over.
Good morning, everyone. As I've introduced myself before, Naka was Rite. Now I'm in this program under entrepreneurship. So my journey as an entrepreneur, I think, started at 2022. The same year I completed my matric. The struggle that I went through forced me to mature at an early stage. So I was in a program under entrepreneurship, as I said, but my journey started a long time ago. As I started the journey, I can see there was no improvement for almost 1 year. It was just a survival idea whereby I didn't think it would be a company and I would be confident enough to say it's a company. But today I can tell you it's looking so beautiful, it's looking so promising that in the future it's still going to grow, as the program has taught me a lot. What I liked with the program is that they have broken the component of successful business and they took us through it one by one, whereby we had to learn everything about business, because if you can think, or you cannot start a business and excel with it, excel with it lacking other things. They have broken it into all components, whereby we have to learn about marketing, we have to learn how to talk to people, we have to learn how to control our financials. So as that, I have applied those knowledges that I have got from the program, apply it into my business. Now my business is looking very, very well and very promising. As my business, that first was like a survival thing. It is a cleaning service, by the way. I was just wishing to clean and get money. Then now it's a business because I've applied things and it's just phase one. It's currently on its phase one, whereby it's cleaning once off cleaning. On phase two, it's contracting with commercial and collaborating with real estate agencies, whereby we will be, when they buy houses at real estate agencies, then we enter and clean the houses so that they can resell it. We contract with commercial buildings, whereby they need our service daily because the buildings should look very well. So those step-by-step thing came from NACOSA because I was just only looking for a survival thing. They have invited other businesses, the contracted businesses that can help us to see better in ourselves and to improve our knowledge. The business, the subcontractors, I think they really did a very good job because, as you can see today, they have taken us and consult our business, show us how big is our knowledge, how big is our plan. Because when you got a plan, you don't see what you can build it to, but then as they come, they can show you or this thing can grow to this large amount. Ne? So mine is looking very beautiful, and I thank them. I thank NACOSA. I thank everyone who involved themselves into this program. Anglo, Chikululu, NACOSA, I really appreciate you. Same as Ibasa and Bila Africa, they really did a great job. So if you are worrying about the funds go well, I promise you, they did go well.
Bakolo ekipila number 5 in action, ne? But there's one thing that Tebogo forgot when he was talking, and he was talking about contracting or being contracted by service, the estate agent. Hona le matona ka mo. Regisetsa bona ba contracted for the office tsa bona. I want us to move on to just look at our successes in terms of this program. What is it that was done right on this program, or what is it that made us possible for today in this hall? So I want to give this question to Mam Togo so that she can, from his perspective, just tell us briefly what is it that we did right, and then I also want to give Debo an opportunity to also add on that.
Hello again. As already you have heard the story here, the success is of the NACOSA. So once more I want to say, NACOSA, now we're going to say with speed. I mean, NACOSA as our victim, centering but when NACOSA aitlamo utlishitse diphetogo re kgone go fa di-client tša rena molaetša wa gore o ska dula ka fase ga kgatelelo o tlo endapa o bolaiwe is not mean that gore re ra gore ba tlhale ka re ba bangwe ba dura ka fase ga seemo se se botlhoko a sa tsebe re tlo jang. But NACOSA e tlišitše batho ba Biola Africa ka mo ba trainer di-client tša rena di-success story tša bona le a dikwa le rena re tlo fa tša rena di-VP ka mokgwa o bileng ka gona. Success story sa rena NACOSA e rile go tla mo ya re fa funding a e fetša gore fa funding ya re fe di-victim tša rena di-voucher le di-toiletry pack ba fihla ka mola sethareng gore ba hlape ba be ba botse ba ile gore ka gae be le ba tikwetse ka matolo ba kgone go ja dijo ba feel free o kry mama thabile ka kudu sorry 12.5 ya rice sorry 12.5 ya rice le ba 10 kg le buy pack ka kwa ba thabile ka kudu ba duma o ka reng ke be NACOSA ino phela e gona mo go rena ba di-VP success story sa rena. NACOSA e rile ge e fitlha mo e re kgweditše rena le di-VP tša rena di ntše di bereka but di fokola le ge gore social development be e re gape ka matolo e rwele boima but gore ge go fitlha NACOSA ka mo ba re phagamiša ba re phagamiša mo la ba fitlha ba re renovate di-centera tša rena ba re direla di-park home mo di-centering tša rena gone yalo o tsena is like a lodge hotel e dilo ka sa dumo le go wela morago wa tseba ke nyako bolela gore NACOSA mo e fitlileng gona e tshwana le poponono e tseba poponono ge e fita ya nkga but not to say NACOSA ya nkga go nkgelela bose kore o kwa bose le wena go fitlha mola o ne o duma fela gore nka go tloa kwa gae ka re ba nteile o sa tia ke motho ne o duma o tlo robalela dishiti tšela tše di botse everywhere furniture equipment di-gazette tša go marketa ka gore re dira di-campaign re dira le di-campaign tša di-men's dialogue yeo e le gore ke la mathomo rena ka mola plekeng ya gabo rena ka tubatse re e tshwara ya men's dialogue ka kwa e tsošitše banna le bona ba e kwa bose banna ba hlane ba boledišane ka mathata a bona ka lapeng ka kwa bose ka kwa mphounela gape ba re gante gore batho ba labago ba ilotlaneng ka re shem ba re NACOSA ya tsamaya ba re please botša NACOSA gore batho bao ba fa NACOSA tšhalete a ba ete more a ba e fe ye nngwe tšhalete ba boe gore re tlo kgone go tšha setšhaba sa gabo rena ya re tsena ka di-centering tša rena be re bereka ka document re dipotša gore re dira tšona re registera di-client tša rena ka ra register ya intake form me ile is intake form ke register e1 re no register di client tša rena re bona go se bothata wa victim le yena wa tsena ke rape le yena wa tsena gore yela fihla wa ba le gore ai re bone ba mo rapile o bone mola ile gore ke eng ke sephiri but NACOSA e tla mo ya re no we don't work in this way re dira di file tše di one la dira di risk assessment di care plan la reporter la dira le referral gore client ya lena e sa timele a na le a tseba re client ya lena ga e tloga mo gore e feletse ka le a tseba gore le lahlile fela o tsene mo go wrong ra re no ba swantse o dira referral le re dira referral le dire discharge le be le sign le tsebe gore motho ka le be le mo phonele throughout NACOSA ka moka tsona tšeo ba re ba fihla ka MNE ba re rutile ka di intake I mean the input the outcome activity intake wa tsa ntho e re berekela gagolo gobane gone yela re tseba gore re kgono gore ge batho ile door to door re a tseba gore ba ilo ba tlo dira jwa ba tlo tlatša di form jwang ba wa ra dula as a group mola ko mokana ra dira gore ge re fetša mola re assesse report ya rena before dirang re romela district le ga ba NACOSA gore re be batho ba ba skune re be tlie dilo tša rena di be professional ke throughout NACOSA ka moka tšona tšeo ga ke nyake o shia selo ka NACOSA se e rutile sona e re rutile ka di sustainability plan es le kwa gone jwale di survivor mo di bolela ka dilo tše ba di dirago ke di sustainability ba di phedišang ka gona wa bona gore motho one yo le rena ya iphelela le rena one yo le ba rutile ka sustainability plan gore program ya ena e tšwele pele e sekawa how to sustain yourself ke NACOSA yo ka moka yone e tletše le tšona dilo tšewe ya tla le ka di-training tša go traina di-leader le board members tša rena gore di sware jwang di-program throughout di-training tšeo tša bona ke bona program tša rena di rana gabotse gone yo le professionally as ba re botša gabotse ba re the program ga ya swanela gore e leader ke motho a senang matric gobane ge e leader ke motho a senang matric o tlo itšela sephetho rena re tlo mo tšela sephetho ra utswa tšhalete re fetša go utswa mo a ke re a bone re tšere makgolokgolo re re ke board ka mole re iša project e le report wa rena o na le matric project ya rena e tlo tšwela pele ke NACOSA ka moka dilo tše ga tšona NACOSA ke ponono mo e fetile gona a ke šile noši le tšhingololo le Anglo ka moka ga bona if batho ba ba gona ba tšhingololo ka mo le Anglo I will ask you just give NACOSA more and more money so that they may proceed with the service assisting people. Please, is my please.
My panelists. I think based on what Mitoko was talking about in terms of the lessons, specifically for Yalona program, why is it that something it's a success? Not necessarily just for Wena, but think of everybody else went with you on that journey.
What I can say, the strategy that they have used, it was very powerful. Because if you may understand, it's not everyone who wanna become an entrepreneur. It's not everyone who wanna work. It's not everyone who wanna go back to school. We all believe in what we believe in. And so
give a reflection and say, was it more than what they were already doing, or was it less?
Okay, as you have mentioned, Jorge, some of the organizations were already there. They were already established, right? But they didn't so they didn't have as much staff as an organization should. There's organizations that the social worker. Some of us didn't have many systems. We didn't have data capturers. So those are some of the things that internally we have managed to establish since the program has started. And even with the reach, I think we have reached a lot more people than we normally did. Because yes, we were doing the work, but for so with the support NACOSA offered us, we were able to reach a lot more people. And that is why we have a lot more people coming to report for cases. We have a lot more people coming and applying for the protection order, because some don't even understand what a protection order is. Protection order also. So that's why we still have a lot of people they are in the very same situations because they don't know that they can actually get help. So with the collaboration of other stakeholders, we've been able to engage the community. We've gone to a lot of schools as well, because I think we also have a rise in the cases of statutory rape. So we've been able to engage with a lot of schools. We've been able to engage with a lot of boys as well. So like I'm saying, that has helped in that way. And they even trained us on how to manage these resources they are giving to us. So we were able to use them appropriately, because but you don't really guide them on how they can actually use that properly. Because if there's some of us, but with the guidance we've had throughout the program, we were able to achieve whatever we did.
Thank you for that, Itimile. I also just, in terms of successes, want to acknowledge fortunately Livelihoods as well, because when they were talking, they did talk about their journey and the fact that Livelihoods is now working. Fortunately, ke ola shota ka di business card fela gore a distribute ebile nka batlile di-t-shirt di bea ko ntle so that people can buy le ha ba tshwere e nyane ba reka ka di small packets. But that's for me some of the successes that we've noted. And throughout, since we started this session, there's been a lot of good things that have been said about the program. Mam Toko went as far as asking Tukululu Trust they need to give more money, because clearly the program is doing wonders. But I think with everything, no matter how beautiful it can be, there will be some limitations. There will be some things that are not going well. So I want to take this time to look into those things so that there could be an improvement in terms of the services, in terms of NACOSA's way of doing things as well, or in terms of other stakeholders that were part of this program. So I want to give to the two ladies on my far end, Metoko and Fortunate, just to reflect on what is it that could have been done better on this program. The question, what could we have done better? You audible?
ntho e ndiretseng motlotlo ke leng happy ka yona ke rata go tipea godimo ga ke tipee fase ga ke tipee fase ke tipea godimo be ke sa tshepe le gore di-mine tše ke di supplyang le lekgono be ke sa tshepe gore di kang appointa at the moment ke na le di-order. Problem yaka, le kgopolo yaka, le kgopelo yaka, go NACOSA Anglo, ke gore ke kgopela ba mfande, o ba nrekele machinery or material, because na I buy, I sell. So ke kgopelo yaka yewe, and then more. Okay, mo di mining ke bereka ka di order e ona mo resort ba ka mfona ba fortunate khopela 3000 ya di tissue it depend gore ba shumisha tissue ya motamang then ke botsa manufacturer a ndirela di tissue na for now ke reka ke supply I ke so bile my own machinery. The only thing that I ask from NACOSA is kurbang hukapi. Kinto ki hopelang. Kikul ba bulela ba refe more and more. Let na I repeat or ba refe more and more. Ya chalete. Oba if I refe chalete ba rekele equipment. Na bzu chato na ki rate. Ki rata gore ba ntirele ke titirele ke ka mkhokinya ka ba ntirele ke tikuketse a ke ga e ba re belega ba re tiperekileng le nna ke ka mkho NACOSA ya mpelega ke le nna ke ya tikuketse ke ka mkho ke gopelang ana gopela ka ke wish gore e be
Ke tsaba lo summarize your limitations, but from what I'm understanding, ke gore you are saying, because Glow in itself, they had a package and the amount that they give you to buy equipment. So you are saying in terms of your business, that was not enough. They should have given more. Okay. Matuna aka ateng ko morago so notes. Ma'am Toko.
Okay, we are gonna. I won't say NACOSA ga se idire go lekane. Idrile but ke ja ka gore e bue for the client di gona ka mola di a suffer, the client are suffering. There are those people they need this service. And without NACOSA, how? Please, not please let them come again as the other villages are so rich. The Nakwana Baba Fiona is too short. Let them extend the Kurba extend into Pilinyana. Maybe Rikafitella Lipiking Jeding Kauri. The mine Jedilang Mola Rilongona. The how people practice here, but to other villages, but through our campaigns, and a lady please, let they extend this. Got more money, please.
I think that summarizes the entire session. Little bit saka my facilitators because we are already above time. But just as a last or parting ways in terms of this specific session before the Q&A, 30 seconds for each of the panelists to just render their last message or their most important message to the stakeholders, to the funders, most specifically. Just 30 seconds. Call a card. 30 seconds. I catch you, ne? Come on, let's start with Itumeleng and then we'll go Kalain.
All right, let me just start off by saying thank you. Thank you so much for NACOSA for the support they have been offering us throughout the process, and I hope the relationships that we have built, because we see they benefit our communities when we work together. And it even makes the referral system so much easier. Because like I'm saying, there's a lot of people in the community, they don't know where to get help. But if I have a relationship with you, it is so much easier. I'm able to say, well, I can refer you. Okay, guys. So yes, the contract NACOSA is ending, but I hope the relationships will not end, and I hope they give us money like everybody else has been saying. Thank you.
Now, the last message that I'd like to say to the holders of the program is you need us, use us, and make sure that we are used. Because if you can check, the most important thing right now is to make sure that we develop. And as we develop, you must create maybe a database whereby you will make sure that a certain person that we have helped or we have created should enter into those platforms. See, so networking and more. So that's my last message, and I thank NACOSA for everything they've done to us. Thank Chikululu, thank Anglo and Ibasa together with Beulah Africa.
Ke a leboga gape ke na re filwe gape go letsa ka ba bofelo. My last message ke gore Anglo American ke kopela ke batla go nna a drone pilot gore ke kgone go fitlhelela fo ke batlang teng ke tshwantšhe le maphelo a batho ba bang, because fo ke leng teng ke a leboga mare for now it's not enough. I want more, I need more. I can provide for my kids now and for myself, and it's not enough. I need more. Ke kopa ya sekolong, ke kopa le driver's lessons ke santse ke shota ka yone mo le ke tlo tlatsa le ka dilo tse ding tse ke di batlang. Ke batletsa CIT le driver's lessons for time being ke ntse ke upgrade from tse ke nang le sone. Ke batla go bereka as a teller and ke go control room ke nne ke ye kodimo to such an extent ya gore ke drive a drone gore ke kgone ke reke koloi ke etse something else se ntse ke thomile ke batla go setsa, because one thing I wanted to do entrepreneurship, equipment there, whatever se nne ke batla go setsa, it was so expensive and the funds was too low. So ke kopa gore if there's any opportunity, yeah, work placement in the protection officer, ke kopa ke tsene go balenteng. If gona le gore le ka mpatella ke ilo etsa drone ke kopa le mpatelle please. Thank you so much.
Nna mantšwa ka a bofelo be ke re ke kgopela gore di-stakeholders ka mo tse re na le tsona ga ra ka di leboga, ke di leboga ka kudu, especially maphodisa a rena thekgo ye ba re fa yona ore re be re fitlhele that number yeo ya kwa godimo ke through sephodisa sa rena ge se re fa support. Nna bo coordinator ba ka ba mpha support ka kudu. I don't know ka leina, but I think it is so because ba mo ka re ge ke campaign hi wa ema o tša even le kolo ya gaga tsamaya le nna, and NACOSA ga e fitlha mo e re tlhakantšha le nna NACOSA e bereke di botlhokwa ka kudu. Maphodisa rena ke ba tiela matsogo ka re di-victim tša rena di a thušega ka bona le protection e o re kry-ago. Please NACOSA se le se dirilego la re tlhakantšha le di-stakeholders tša rena ba social development. Nna matšatši a social worker ka through NACOSA ke ya campaigning o kopa mpotša ba re se sethoko a leo le ya kae lehono. Hey, ke thabile ka kudu. Please let the increase that the contract even so the money for NACOSA. Ke a leboga.
Mantswe ka mafelelo ke go leboga Anglo, Chikululu le NACOSA. Malaisi ka bona nka ba ke director. I'm a director. I'm managing my own company. My company's name, Lucky ki Fortunate, but also my company, Fortune and Project Management, PTYLC. That's my company name. And then I'll be glad to give on a clicks le reka di tissue tša go ngwala Fortune and Project. Even le go this camp di shop tše di kgolo man. Ele reka di tissue sa tlo reka tšela tša go ngwala Shoprite tša eng a Fortune. That's my wish. Di bongululu Anglo ke a le leboga ka kudu. Nka be ke se director. Ka re ke director ke gatella ke director. Ke a leboga.
If you leave this house today and you're not inspired, then I are the magician. But personally, I am inspired because there's a lot that has been done. And from this session, there's a lot that can still be done. There's a lot that people are planning to do. So that inspires me as well. And it also makes me feel like we are reaching our mandate in terms of GBV. And we are fulfilling the mandate that we're sent to perform with these facilities and with the programs. So I want to take this time now. My facilitator already, it's almost past, will fight with me. I want to thank my panelists for coming here, and some are sharing their stories, some are sharing how they were working in their organizations. And I want to just thank them. A round of applause there. Yes, but in a nutshell, I think to our funder, Chikululu Trust, in a nutshell, what the feeling is that this program has been wonderful. It has done wonders. There's still more that can be done, and you know, everybody's hopeful that there's still that support. But I think we can pat ourselves on the back with the work that we've done, and we can take some of the limitations that have been mentioned, and we can go and revise for other programs and for future purposes. Thank you to everybody. I've been informed by the facilitator that she's cutting our Q&A. We will do it after tea break. So I'm handing over to Munene, the program high. She's the director of this engagement today.
Will we ever fight? Thank you so much. I don't want to take much of our time. Thank you so much to the panelists. Really appreciate. Very engaging and fruitful discussions we had. It's now 23 past. I'm going to just round it off to 25 past 11. Can we go for tea and then we come back 11:45, please? We're working against time. Thank you. So 11:45 will remind people. That have actually contributed to the success of our program. And I'm not seeing my mentee director here. Where's Tracy? Tracy? I thought I saw her here. Because then we're going to do a second question before the panel is actually coming in. My suggestion is that in relation to the questions, what we can do, if we can park them, and then we do the second panelist. After the second panelist, then we actually then ask questions for beneficiaries and for the panelists that have just done. So just put them down and make sure that we are able to actually then ask questions, clarifications or comments for the first panelists that were here. Tracy, the second question for the mentee. So we're going back to the nice mentee. Remember when you did expectations? So we're going to do the second question. And we're going to actually see how it's actually looking on the board. Not yet. And then I will be calling in the next panelist to actually then come and settle down. Where's Z? I'm not seeing Z because she is the moderator. Mariette, please call Z. Mariette? It's not showing. I can still I just want to make an acknowledgement while we're waiting for my team to actually then get sorted out. There were, okay, I nearly said the wrong word. Colleagues that joined us late after we have done introduction, and I would want to take the opportunity and acknowledge their presence. I think earlier on when we were doing introduction, I had mentioned that we had the Premier's office from Northwest, and we had invited the Premier's office from Limpopo, and Mam Lydia is in our midst. So Mam Lydia, come and introduce yourself, but also Honale Mahosi that came in late. So I'm going to ask the COCTA team to also introduce Mahosi Arena that came late. And if there are other colleagues that came from, and there's NDA colleagues that also are here, I would want to make that acknowledgement in terms of the stakeholders. So I think from Mam Lydia, do you want to come so that we introduce ourselves, and then I call on to NDA, and call on to someone from COCTA to come and introduce Mahosi. Morning, Mam Lydia. Yes.
Ralocha, lekai, Ron, Baba Sangwem Batlan Tarel, a Honu Bulela Pulelo Chedi, Lina Laga Kina Lydia Maradu, Kichwa Kandoronya Premier, Limpopo, Kiveraka Uniting. Barki Office on the Status of Women. So GBV ke nngwe ya di requirements tša rena, ke nngwe ya di functions tša rena in the Office of the Premier. Re bereka le di stakeholders, Capricorn, Waterberg, Sekhukhune, Mopani, and Vembe. Last week, we met with them, go Bolivia Lodge. We were localizing NSP, GBV, Capricorn District. Thank you.
Colleague from the NDA. And also, if we have the NDA from Limpopo, please come and introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Mike Pukela. I'm the regional manager of NYDA in the province, Northwest. We'd like to appreciate and acknowledge the invitation As an entity or as an agency, we work with youth, young people, especially the one into the area of empowerment. There's funding available, money is there. Ne? So we encourage young people to come. So yeah, training and also the other programs that are more economic. I've heard some presentations and also deliberations for how can we support young people into entrepreneurship. So we extend our hand and say, come and work together with us. The Limpopo, we've got offices there. There's Waterberg, I believe. There's a district office there in other regions as well, Thabazimbi and so on. And Polokwane in the Northwest. We are in the 4th district, Bojanala. We are in the Dr. Rutsokmotsumo Party. We are in the Dr. Kenneth Kaunda and also in Mafike Ngagamodemolen. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I always tell people that I don't like revealing my age. So the only thing that I had was NDA, because then that was the oldest agency. And I think NYDA, it's actually an agency that came in when already, I think I've already voted. So yeah, so thank you so much. From Komahosing, is there anyone doing an addition in terms of Mahosi that came in late? Or do we introduce all Mahosi and COSAPs? Do we have anyone that came in late?
Thuthuzela Program Director by Marina Waterberg. You are welcome, Waterberg. Lebolele Maputla Petri Leboho, the Provincial CPF Deputy Chairperson, from Numudimole, but position in the Provincial Board Polokwane. You are welcome. Rena Sarina, our key is having safer environment. And having safer environment, it involves all. NACOSA objective is assisting those by Longor they were affected by crime. Now, right now we come in for a stakeholder says here, let's work together for avoid the first incident to happen. From the start, then NACOSA would have achieved its main objective, because as CPF, together in partnership with SAPS and other stakeholders, let us all join together to fight crime.
Thank you so much. I don't want to waste more time. Can I actually allow, we have our QR again. Can we do, we have registered with the QR. So thank you so much, and over to you, Z. That's our second panelist. Thanks.
Greetings to everyone in the house, all protocols observed. My name is Nikki Wesitole. In NACOSA, they call me Z because there are two Nikiwes. So in order to differentiate us, they calling me Z. So Z is the program specialist for the GLOW program that they've been talking about, and you've been clapping your hands, and I've been feeling proud sitting there. So now we are moving to collaboration and engagement. You've heard from our program director, Marita, when she was giving you the overview of NACOSA and the programs that we're implementing in NACOSA, that without collaborations of stakeholders and engaging the stakeholders that are sitting in this house today, we wouldn't be able to achieve all that we have achieved. So having said that, I am going to introduce the panel that we have on the stage with us today. Right sitting next to me, we have His Royal Highness, Kgosi Maila. I am going to hand the mic to Kgosi Maila and request that he introduce himself briefly and talk about community that he comes in and his feel on stakeholder engagement and collaboration.
Thank you, facilitator. Yes, as you have already said, I'm Kgosi Maila. But firstly, let me greet the Royal Highnesses, NACOSA, and all the participants, even the officials from various provinces. Magosiame ago Botswana, ago what is that? Bogonu Pirima. I forgot, no, but during my time, because I worked there for a long time, it was Buputa Tswana. That is why I've learned how to use this Tswana. Ki bua Setswana se se phepile, Setswana se se tlamaletseng, se se thololo tota. So, let me not waste the time. I think I'm going to talk much about the disability. I'm not going to talk much about traditional leadership because I'm interested in disability because I'm blind and I'm proud of that. I used to tell people that the disability is not incapability. So if you are blind, please don't blame other people. Yes, because you can be a failure in life. Even the able-bodied can be failure in their lives. So don't worry. Thank you very much. I've introduced myself. Oh, I forgot. You see, I'm talking, sometimes I forget what I am here for. I am Hoshi Maila from Hamaila Sekolo in Sekhukhune district. I am the chairperson of the local house of traditional leaders in that area. So, I cover a little bit. Because what I understand, yeah, NACOSA, it's good to bad. In our area, we don't know you. It's a fact. It's a fact we don't. So I'm the chairperson of the whole district. Thank you very much.
Ria utlwa he Moshata ntse ke introduce gore introduction ya gagwe e tletse ka collaboration. Ra utlwa gore o satse a itse le bokoni bophirima le o bua Setswana se se tlhapileng. So ya nong ke tla gotlela ko bokoni bophirima ke gopela gore le ke introduce batho ba Department of Social Development.
Ke a leboga mme. Ko bokoni bophirima re bua brara le bomme ge re bua ka bogosi ge re dumedisa ba bogosi ra re borara le bomme re ikokobeditse re kgwamathi re itshwara khubu, that's humbleness. Then ke dumedise le go acknowledge management yotlhe e leng fa from NACOSA, from Bela Africa, from Chigululu, Anglo American, then lady colleagues from all the departments, then our partners from all the CSOs present in this house. We acknowledge you, Tada, Lona, the NPOs tsa rona. To start with, before I introduce, I or it later, acknowledge, appreciate NACOSA as Department of Social Development. I can't be proud to say it, but it's true. And NACOSA in the being government department. That I'm proud to say. We've worked marvelous libone, really boga. Ke dumela hore tla tlhagela gape mo communications as we go on. Then nna ka leina ke Lorato Sefane Karakadane. From the Department of Social Development provincially. More directorate restorative services, but based in the victim support services program. I am tasked within the program with the Secretariat of the Provincial Victim Empowerment Forum, which is a multisectoral entity. I am part of the LGBTIQA+ provincial task team. I am also tasked or mandated to be part of the provincial task team for trafficking in persons. Social development, mother of all these social issues. Then, provincial office so we can have basic knowledge our societies, our communities generally. So I'm not strategic, I'm even operational. Facilitator.
Re lebogile bokone bophirima re tla boela ko batho ba ba tlo tshwarang Ausi Munene he o ka utswa dithunya ko ntle. Mme Colonel ke kgopela introduction.
Thank you. Thank you, Program Director. Allow me to take this opportunity. Le nna ke dumedise ke thome ka ba ka difate tse dikgolo ke re ba khomana re lotshetseng a ke na kgomo ka se lebaganye sefatlhego le ba bagolo le ga go le yalo originally ke Motswana ke ba ke lengwetsi a bakone mo ke tlisitswe ke kgomo le nna ke a bua le godishitse magoši a rena la bona gore dinaka di mapetle ke di fitlhelela kgole ke a leboga bo Kgoši Langa ke šomile le bone ke bereka Waterberg ke le station commander ko Mahwelereng thabela go kopana le lena magoši a rena re utlwa re tlhomphehile a le mogare ga rena re tlo tsamaya re lefatlhe se ke la fatlhega re bana ba lena ke no kgopelela go pele na OM ki Colonel Maja, as mentioned, I'm the provincial head in our province, dealing with GBV under proactive policing. On the career of SAPS, I'm starting from zero to where I am. That means I went through all the steps from constable and then through up. Very operational and we know all the do's and the don'ts of crime, criminality. And where I am, I'm dealing with gender-based violence, vulnerable groups, trafficking, LGBTQI, you name them, all social ill. As social, our sister department, social department, we all work together into all those social ills. And then also we will be looking into this one, the GBV, which our president has called it as a pandemic. And being the citizen of this country, we cannot sit with the pandemic. We need to get rid of it. As we have gotten rid of that COVID-19, the purpose here is to deal with the pandemic, gender-based violence. So I think we also, all of us which we are here, it's not by mistake, it's because we are a dedicated group. Ke a leboha.
Thank you so much, Colonel. We've heard with our ears that there are pandemics that we have to deal with them. When we talk GBV, we also looking at LGBTQI. So now when we are working with the stakeholders, collaborating with them to implement both in Northwestern Limpopo, this program that is funded by Anglo American, we also look at young people that we work with, young people that are affected by this social ills such as GBV and LGBTQI. So sitting here on our panel, we have Violet Ralifatane, who is going to introduce herself next.
Why mo Belalina ke Violet Ralifatane. I'm based ko Polokwane, outside Polokwane, ko Seshego. And I am a qualified DJ today because of this program. And I am a survivor as well. So nake mo Belalina ke tlo bolela ka taba ya GBV as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Violet. We are happy and actually we are very happy and proud as NACOSA to hear a young person sitting here in front of us saying that she is now confident to sit and speak because of the program that we have been implementing. However, we are implementing in collaboration with stakeholders both in Northwest and Limpopo. The next person in the panel is our stakeholder that Liena upepile NACOSA utshwana le Melurato wa ko Northwest. Ke kopa all patients a ke introduce a tlhalosa gore NACOSA yona e mo pepile jwang ko province ya gagwe ya Limpopo.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and the non-binary community. I think it's one thing that we always forget. And I'm reminded because, you know, usually we think it's only the he and the she, and the they do not exist. So, as and when we continue to greet everyone, let's rather include the non-binary community. I am, all right, so non-binary community, can you say matso? I'm Patience Napo, as indicated. I think the hijacked panelist. Yeah, I'm hijacked. I was here to attend. When I left the offices, then I said, I'm going to attend and learn much from the colleagues. But nonetheless, I am here. I am from the Department of Social Development, Limpopo Province. I think analysis, I don't need to explain much of what we do, because seated here, I'm a beneficiary myself. I always say when you have the campaigns of NACOSA, they give you a limelight more than themselves. I think people end up knowing you of it, NACOSA. I think we've worked together in so many projects. Usually a social development would have, you know, services that we are rendering where we would not have necessarily have the products, but you know, with NACOSA we're able to say these are our products. And I remember having a lot of young people that were graduating in Peter Mokaba Stadium. So it's one of those projects that has done a lot for DSD in particular, especially with government, because you realize that as government officials, we are funded, we have to work at zero budgeting. So having NACOSA as our partner has ensured that wherever we cannot reach, at least we're able to reach. One of my colleagues, just to brag, was saying to me, you know, it's long that as government employees, we slept a day before. Usually you'd be told to thrive and then you attend and then you sleep. But you know, with the NACOSA project, I'm sure that government officials who are here are actually happy today that this is what we benefited from. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Department of Child Development, Limpopo. The way we NACOSA, we are so confident in the relationship that we build with our stakeholders. The strength of the collaboration that we have. We are not even afraid to hijack any person that is sitting in front of us to say, can you come and be part of the panel? Because we know we do our work. We know that even if we wake you up from the sleep and say, come and be part of the panel, at the end of this, we'll be proud because you will speak of the work that we do, and you will speak of all the support that NACOSA gives in a way that it will leave everyone who's sitting here and everyone that is watching from home knowing what NACOSA is and what NACOSA is capable of. Having all our panel members completed introducing themselves, we're going to start our next question. Ritla simulaka mushate wa runa. Mushate Khosimaila u tlhalositse taba ya gore you are proud of being a person who's living with disabilities. Can you kindly take us through your challenges and success as a chairperson and also as Khosi, and also speaking on behalf of the community that you are leading? What are the challenges and what are the successes that are there in accessing services that are linked to gender-based violence?
Baie dankie vir die geleentheid wat ek gekry het. Dames en here, eintlik ek gaan nie Afrikaans praat nie, want ek weet baie van julle kan nie Afrikaans praat. Ja. So, you see, it is eintlik dit is belaglik. Die mensen willen Afrikaans praten. Ik weet niet hoe kom nie. Want ons het Afrikaans geleerd, want ons het die Afrikaner school gegaan. Die Boesele school voor blindes was onder die NG Kerk, die Netterduits geformeerde kerk. Ja, let me not waste the time. because you want to know the challenges I have in my community. I want to be honest with you, because in the beginning, some of them said, we don't want to be led by somebody who is visually challenged. I was not worried, no. Because I understood that they don't know what they are saying. So I left them. And then as the time goes on, they now understand me. Because, yes, I'm a different somebody. The difference is that I cannot see you, but you can see me. And the other difference is that I cannot drive my car. That's the only difference. The rest, no. I used to tell people that I am not a paperback. I don't want to be carried always. There is what we call mobility and orientation. Then you must teach this person the environment so that he can acclimatize himself to the situation. Because I worked in Gauteng province. I've started Siemens company, not John Smarts. It was John Smart before. And then I left John Smart because they told me that they are going to introduce the switchboard that is not user-friendly, blind people. But they have employed a blind white lady. I was worried, but I left them. Then I went to Siemens company, where I worked with the Germans. That is the challenge. Because I traveled from Harankua to Isando by train. Being alone, I didn't need a personal assistant, no. I didn't need an escort. Ik was alleen op die pad. Wat ik altijd geloop. Now, when coming to traditional leadership, I don't find it difficult because we talk. Well, sometimes people will tell you, yeah, you can't do this, you can't see. Yeah, you can't do this because you can't see. What nonsense is that? I don't see what? I don't see what? There's no need that I must see you. Even if you are having a case, that I must preside over that case. I don't see you. So you can't tell me that it's not a favor. It's not a favor. I can't see you. That's it. It ends there. Now, in our areas, yes, there is what you call this gender-based violence. It's not right in our area. It's not. Because we used to tell people, if you love this lady, and the lady must reciprocate. But there is something that I've realized. The Bible says, go to Colossians chapter 5, no, chapter 3. Verse 18. banna rata basadi ba lena jwale ya re basadi hlomphang banna ba lena. Be submissive to your husband. You can read it from Genesis to Revelation. There is no verse in the Bible which says, basadi ratang, I love you, be a woman. It's wrong. It's wrong. That is why banna ba fetusha basadi punching back. Because ola la gore mosadi o santse or ke a go rata le ga matter ke a go rata hlabirwa. It doesn't work like that. Ga go better, he doesn't love you. That's it. Now, why can't you get out of the relationship? Because it doesn't work. The relationship doesn't work. Muhammad Ali or Mike Tyson on somebody who cannot defend herself, then you think you are a man. I used to tell my community that is an idiot. That man must never be respected. Because now I don't remember saying something odd to my wife. I don't remember. No. Because I told her that I love her. So I don't think it is fair. It is not. It is not fair. If you disagree with your wife, you just go outside and do something. You don't go to the shebeen. No, don't go to the shebeen. Why can't you go to the mountain and come with wood? Or remela mosadi to kongwa romaja ka dikgoši di ape. Then you'll be happy. So gender-based violence, it is there. But there is something which I don't understand. If you check something from this men, what do you call it? Men's parliament. The men's parliament, they don't understand our culture. They think, they're saying that our culture is backward. So, but they don't understand it. And they are saying, they are talking about modernity. I just want to take you to look at the Roman Empire. What happened in the Roman Empire? It collapsed. Why? Because they were saying, let us modernize everything. So the culture is a culture. I do believe that the culture is evolving. It is not static. It is evolving. Yes, things like Uktwala, things like, no, I'm not there. No. I am not there. Things like genital mutilation. And those things are not in our culture. They know people who are practicing this, but they cannot tell them. But we, as the traditional leaders, we are the soft target, or the low hanging fruit. So we're not. what we understand is that our culture, it is the gore mosadi a nokeng a gemetse. It's not oppression. That is her department. And I've got my own department as the husband. Now you say the men's parliament says, no. They are talking about equality. I understand that women want to agree with me. They want to agree with me. When we talk about equality, we are talking equality at work, at the workplace. Men and women must be paid equally if they are doing the same job. But when coming to my house, if you are a social worker, you are not going to social work me in my house. No. If you are a sister in the hospital, you are a sister in the hospital, not in my house. No. You are not going to sister me. No. Go and sister your patients there, not me. I'm not sick. So that's the equality that we're talking about. If there is a male sister and a sister, they must be paid equally. If they are doing the same job. If you are a chief professional nurse or a senior professional nurse, CPN and CP, CPN and CSPN, SPN, senior professional nurse, the senior professional nurse, but they must be paid equally because they are doing the same job. Yes, that's 50-50. But that 50-50, I said it must be in the workplace, not in my house or in our house. No, you must know I am the husband and then you are the wife. And you will have to agree with me. I'm not going to do something funny to you. No, I'm not. So these are the challenges that we are having as traditional leaders. So ek wil graag sê, ek praat met die indrukwekkende figuur, mevrou Munene Mamabulo. Ek sê as die indrukwekkende figuur, in English it simply means an impressive figure. Indrukwekkende figuur. Ek wil graag sê, ons waardeer die werk wat julle gedoen het in ons omgewing. Die werk wat julle gedoen, ons waardeer dit baie. Gaan aan met julle goeie werk. Gaan aan met die werk wat julle altyd doen. En dan ek wil ook graag sê, I will talk to you some weeks. And I think I am going to involve you because this NACOSA thing, it's something that people must understand. They must understand that you are here to uplift our standard of living. Because what you have introduced, taba hore le tsoše batho ba o ile go gore ba itlhobogile e le bontlhobogeng. Ba itlhobogile e le bontlhobogeng. Jwale le ba tsošitše gola ja ba kgone go dira di-toilet paper. She said, I am the director of my company. It's because of NACOSA. That is why I'm saying we appreciate what you are doing. Remote, a kgone go beya borotho tafole on daily basis. Gape ge monna a sa bereke ka lapeng o na le bothata. Because the poor guy is frustrated. And on your frustration, I don't agree with that. Wasn't your frustration? Agree as a Ruscover. Happy movie ling, Rubanal to Yampu job at the Jalin. You are a rose and to Yampu Pata over him. Mosadi Waberega, yes. Waberega is just to assist you. You are son do Tusha, right? Well, Masadi, whatever treasure go, how will tell dog fit a Muna, Unara, is the boss. How will a child a Muna? Yamufita, fit a Munara. It doesn't say you must not respect your husband. You must. Because the Bible says you must be submissive to your husband. Now, what do you want to bulldoze in? It's not needed. I think the facilitator doesn't want to tell me that is timer. I don't know what you are afraid of. As the date is on. You must sit next to me, and so that we can rub shoulders. Or you only rub shoulders with political elite. Oh, okay. Thank you very much. It's time up.
Indeed, you do not have to see a person to read what the person is saying. Mushate unkwile umboni gore ke busy ka pelo ke re time up. Ke no tshaba o motsela mic ka gore nete ke kgoshi. Ke botsa gore na kgoshi ke approach jang he ke batla o bua gore time up kgoshi, time up. In as much as when Hoshi was speaking, at some point I found myself feeling like a paper bag because I couldn't even hear a word of what he was saying. Ki clearly translate somewhere up. What is Hoshi saying? So I war here and there. Okay, when we were listening to Hoshi Baila, we've heard Hoshi talking about issues that related to gender-based violence, issues that we know and live with every day. Victims of gender-based violence, staying in relationships, even though they are being abused every day, only in the name of love, saying he loves me, and Hoshi says, how better, how rati. Hoshi abulela hape ari. 50-50 iko msebenzing, not kotlung yami. When we come with the GLOW program and capacitate our young people to become economically independent, they are saying that they are bosses today, but hosi uri 50-50 ko toilet paper manufacturing business, not kotlung ya munna. Now I want to hear from Department of Social Development, as social workers, you are not a social worker kontlung ya hoshi kapa kontlung ya ntate na entate munyai. So what are the challenges that you come across when you're working with victims of gender-based violence that are related to things that Khosi highlighted, such as love and 50-50 that we have from the policies of South Africa? Over to you, Sis Patience.
Thank you. I think ke a leboga Kgoshi Maila for the word of wisdom. You know, we always find it a challenge, but especially as government employees, that as social workers we sometimes speak the different language from what Tate Maila is saying. On the basis that you will remember that this last year, the president talked about the issues of toxic masculinity. And we hear issues around toxic masculinity coming way back and people hiding behind issues of traditional leaders. And I'm happy that today Bokhoshi has actually denounced that violence is violence. It doesn't matter what is happening and what is not happening. So we appreciate that. But usually the challenges that we found, and I always say I stand to be corrected that usually issues around GBV, they're sometimes relative. And I'm saying relative because you'll find one woman next door feeling that just because this is what is happening to them, it is abuse. And you find one man who is cooking for the wife and doing the washing and cleaning and doing everything, feeling, no, this is how life is supposed to be. It is not abuse. So it will be very wrong, especially from us as stakeholders, to generalize that when men does this, it means they're being abused. When women does this, it means they have issues around equality. When you catch the issues of household, that you know previously you will have women that are not working. And when you're not working, you would be left and expected to do all the household chores. Now we are coming back in Tatema, Naka 5 guy. Sesinikiwe has been wanting reports left, right, and center. Or kirleka past 5, laptop I crash, my whole information is gone. As a newspaper, abla newspaper, aba which is nailona kids and or mogai. Because issues such gender-based violence talks about the issues of power imbalances. We always say where there's power imbalances, GBV thrives. So what we request in social development and social workers in particular, we want issues around communication. It is not that these people, I was saying yesterday, majority of the problems that we see in our offices are on the basis of assumption. So if I'm married and I'm coming back 7 o'clock, let's work GG, or this is what happened. If you assume that I've been having an affair, that assumption will become effect in your own mind. Most of the things carried one language is because communication is failing. And that's where, Rena, in particular, we are struggling to actually penetrate these women and men in our communities. Reason being, it is very difficult to reprogram the mind. When your mind is programmed in a particular way, it's difficult. And again, which are why difficult, it's difficult to reprogram Naka. If you ask a woman who's breastfeeding today, if you ask a woman who's hungry and say to her, why don't you take your breast milk? I just said heaven. So it means they are not poisonous. They are good for a human being. But in a way, we were programmed that this is only meant for a child. So yeah, when we are programmed, it is very difficult to reprogram our mind. jile. Hele khwetša a sa bereke ba ra wa tseba o dio ba sehlaele banna ke ba o berekela basadi, and we know what is happening with employment rate ya mo country ya rena. So if and when, and I'm happy that with the programs tša NACOSA, because I want to bring it home. I was saying to somebody else, if there's one project, says you were very fine in Cape Town. If there's one project, but your staff, I don't know whether when you are appointing them, what kind of criteria did you use? I think you can just give that criteria to us as government. I think you had wonderful staff members.
Ala, wonderful.
You know staff members in NACOSA, they have made sure that in so many years that we have strived, and I'm sure Sis Lydia is here will agree with me, even from the previous office, to gather all government departments and sectors in one roof, it has been very difficult. We have always in all the programs wanted to outshine each other. You know, I'm here, is my project, I must be seen, this is what is supposed to happen. But again, their interpersonal relationship. I mean, when you see them, they're always smiling. Sometimes they phone you don't respond to them, you don't give them the answer, they don't give up, they still come back to you. But one thing that actually gave me hope in the program was how you have selected the participant. So, ward number 10, ward number 12, ward number 13. But with this program, we saw them taking the most vulnerable and the most needy people to actually upgrade life. Because so we don't want women to be relegated to be just household wives without providing for anything. I gave an example, and I said, they must acknowledge why women should be empowered. Because the hardships. 5,000. How it's a Naka, if a delay to who are on a sale. How fetch some idea which are you are tripping to National Park. Even one of the even Ahuna 1, 2, 3, Ahuna napkin. But if we have empowered our women, at least halfway house, and issue GBV. So I'm trying to say, we want you, and as and when we want to, because your voice can be heard. Or reprogram the mind so that the mind can understand what is it that we need to do to deal with issues of GBV. Yes, we are agreeing. We generalize. Let's start dealing with problems individually, but at the same time re-improve our own communication. Let's move away from assumption. Baba ngoko na mo le fitlhe mabane a kere. Shetse le romitse di location ora hape ke mo. Ne? Shetse ba re le phone ka video call o na le mang. Because of the issues around assumption. So if and when we can't deal with it and start trusting ourselves and our system, we're still going to find it very difficult to penetrate in issues of dealing with gender-based violence. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Department of Social Development. Indeed, we have made video calls since yesterday, I think around about 15 from my side, to prove where I am. I am joking. From Department of Social Development as well as Hoshi, we've heard that NACOSA is transparent in everything that we do. NACOSA, it's committed, its staff, Chile, Zimasindi, Hauhelo, Nikiwe Mapuza, Lati, Simon, Sesmune, Tracy Pile, Lirato, Rosalia, and all our management that are sitting in the head office, including procurement. Without you, we wouldn't be able to deliver, and our stakeholders wouldn't be sitting here and praising us. We are proud, but we also thank those that are behind us and also inspiring us to keep on moving and pushing and bring the stakeholders together to make sure that we collaborate to fight up against gender-based violence and femicide. However, in as much as we are doing so much that our stakeholders are even sitting here and praising us, even the viewers at home, I think they're also proud of NACOSA. However, I believe there are gaps that are there that we still need to work together and close those gaps. South African Police Service, can you kindly take us through the challenges that you experience in daily basis when you're dealing with victims of gender-based violence, when they come to you to look for services? And what gaps do you see that NACOSA can work together with other stakeholders to close those gaps?
Thank you and greetings again, Program Director. From the SAPS, we would like to bring the word of appreciation to NACOSA. Without NACOSA, I don't think we will have achieved what we have achieved so far. Let me start by saying, NACOSA, you've been a real wagon. We ride over you left, right, and center, and you were able and even willing. And thank you very much for that.
Allah, NACOSA.
Through our collaborations with NACOSA and other government departments, other NGOs, other NPOs, we really couldn't have made it. We know crime is overwhelming in our country. We know crime, most of the crime, especially the GBV, the one we are here about, it happens behind closed doors. It happens inside the bedrooms, where we cannot even patrol. We cannot, even if I have my blue light on, cannot reach your bedroom. And what we have even picked up is when they see a blue light, the punch gets stronger. The complainant will say, I've seen you passing by, I tried to scream, you couldn't hear. Because by the time the event passed by, that was when the punches get stronger. And it was like, so in the bedrooms it's not nice. And our clients are really confessing to say, yeah, please, police come to our rescue. But through NACOSA, we have managed, let me say, we have acquired a lot of skills. We do have basic training from the start. We do have courses, ongoing courses, time to time. But there was this gap. There was this big gap. There was this big bridge which we couldn't even have all those bridge builders, all those architects who could bridge the gap. But NACOSA came up with all the plans and the materials and the workers who built the bridge, and it's been closed. The bridge is there, we can cross over. The police couldn't have an approach for the victim of crime. For us, it was just, where's the bastard you want to arrest? We don't care of the victim. And we don't address the victim. So we know from the start, we start with the victim. We prepare the victim. We settle the victim. We listen to the story. We never had an ear to listen. You only have a firearm and a handcuff to go and arrest. So NACOSA, through you, we have given a lot of empowerment. And we have engaged with our VEP, which is the other NGO within our policing precinct. We are saying the VEPs, they also were there, willing to help, wishing to help, didn't have powers, didn't have knowledge, didn't have skills. You know, when you are willing to help, you are sitting there helpless as you were. And then came NACOSA, empower the people. And then when we said, send a victim to the VEP, we send with pride. We know they will receive the warm hand. We'll know they will be getting a proper assistance. And thanks to who? All thanks goes to NACOSA, because they really have empowered these people. We were just throwing the bag because we are sitting with the victim, didn't know what to do. From the front line, they've been trained on the first approach to the victim. There is national instruction that were given, but they were not training how to handle them. VFR, victim-friendly rooms are there. You put a victim inside the victim-friendly room as a police official. You don't have time. You're thinking of, if only can just say, yes, I must open the case and go. But now, when you are there in the victim-friendly room, we start with building up the trust from this person so that the victim can open up, the victim can believe on you, the victim can make a decisive decision to say, this is the step what I want, this is the assistance I want. And if it wasn't through NACOSA, we will be having the dying nation. So with NACOSA, I think there's a resurrection, especially within the SAPS. I was asking our inspectorate office, is the office dealing with the complaints, to say out of all the complaints that we receive, I need to know the number of the complaint received in relation to the gender-based violence. Whatever the complaint, as long as it was related to the gender-based violence, believe you in me, the brigadier gives me 0 report. The reason is the police know now on how to handle gender-based violence victims. Before, we were just seeing one size fits all. You come to the police station, you are just a complainant. We are at the police station, have pigeonholes for the GBV, whereby you will firstly be approached from that pigeonhole to be assisted. Then you will be taken to the victim-friendly room where you will be interviewed in a very private and comfortable place. And from there is when that you can be referred to Victim Empowerment Center. That is where you are going to be consulting with the social workers, with the psychologists, and all other referrals. And if it was not through the processes given by the NACOSA, all the trainings, the police themselves, it was a big gap that need to be bridged, and that gap is really closed because thanks to NACOSA, the NACOSA, I know you will ask maybe if there is anything that the SAPS need. We need a lot from you. Unfortunately, your sponsor couldn't reach up to. Now I'm working with the province. So NACOSA were working at certain area district. The 3 districts of my province is Sekhukhune, Capricorn, Waterberg. And those areas, that is why they are excelling. We still have, we still found those complaints. On the other remaining region, we have Bembe, we have Mopani district. Though after the workshop, I have to go and workshop. To me, it is good. If you didn't empower me, how was I going to empower them? Hence, we are now having this less complaints about the handling of the officers, how they handle the victims of GBV. So we all have principles. We have 6 ministerial points on how to approach the victim. The question is the trust, where, you know, when you are handling a member, when you are handling a victim, you need to be empowered psychologically. You need to be ready to listen. You need to know the approach. You need to have a skill, most importantly, a skill to listen, because there are some unspoken languages from the victim. You are talking to a victim, I'm a policewoman, I'm talking to a lady, she just cry. You know, for me, it was before. However, now, you are wasting my time. But for now, I know that is a message. She's saying something to me. I give that extra ear. That's 6 cents that is given by NACOSA. That is why we are saying, NACOSA, you really have played a very important role. My wish and pray, Muruti, we must pray very hard now here to see the first, this wagon of ours, it really have taken us so far. We still have a duty. We have empowered the victims of GBV. We have not dwelled much. We have already started, but we have not dwelled much into the perpetrators. We are saying, let's work into the men's side to raise the boy children. We are having these boys' children who are coming up to be men, whereby we need also to teach this thing from the grassroots level. We cannot allow to say, you victim, you must do this and this and this and this. But we are not preventing. We are dealing with the symptoms. We are not dealing with the actual cause. So if you are saying, NACOSA, please, your sponsor must not go, because we have shifted the focus now to men, so that we can raise our boy children in the right way, so that we cannot sit here, spend so much money talking of the social illnesses. We need to be progressive. We must be talking, somebody was asking for a drone here. We need to be strategizing, how do we improve our country? How do we improve our economy? Than to come and sit here and talk of negative. You know, GBV is a negative aspect. It is just as bad as COVID. You know, COVID, you wake up, you see, it's negative. So the same as GBV, we have seen now recently a son or a son chopping the mother. Now recently, 2 weeks ago. It's not nice, and that boy is behind the bus, and that is tomorrow's leader. That is what we expected for these boys' children to see. When they grow up, they need to grow up being a responsible man from the start. We cannot wait for them maybe to go to Libolo to be taught the right thing, or maybe to go to university to start to understand what is their responsibility. The growing of the boy children and the girl children must start from the start. And the equality, we don't have 50-50 at home, but we have some responsibility that need to be instilled from the little. The last month's seminar that was held nationwide, because Zuma was one of the keynote speakers. He said, when you grow a girl child and a boy child, we are starting to separate them from little. A girl child must play in the sofa inside the house. The boy child must play outside. That is the segregation from the start. Only the girl child. So that is where we are starting to segregate things. Boy child has now but they are all children. The girl child must provide and see to eat, these other ones are eating. That is where the segregation started. So let us help each other. I know we have also traditional policing, which is also engaging our police, as I'm saying, is collaboration. So that when you are addressing the community, let us address these issues that encourage social ills. Through traditional policing, let us touch these things that we can hear. Rather, you are our ears, you are our eyes from the community. Help us to address these issues, especially whereby we will find that it is hiding behind traditional culture to say it's a culture. And it is very difficult for us to, as a police, to address issues we call it's a culture. Tina, we go according to the books, we will just arrest. And it end up, and it's not where we want to find ourselves being So, when you are encouraging domestic violence, so that is why we are going to be working hand in glove through traditional policing, so that we can know if we are talking about the cultural background, and if you are about criminal element,
Thank you so much, South African Police Service. We have heard so much from our stakeholders about the power of collaboration and the work that NACOSA is doing. We have a young person sitting here with us who has introduced herself as Violet. We do not only work with stakeholders, our VEP centers, we also have participants that we work with, participants that we do not select them based on some favoritism. You've heard from Department of Social Development Limpopo that she loves the way we select the participants of this program. So sitting here with us, it's Violet, who is them, they say we call them them. So Violet now being part of the NACOSA family, having walked this journey with us since the beginning of 2023 when we implemented the GLOW AAP program, what is it that you think this program has done to change your life as an LGBTQI? And what services do you think are still there that young people can access? Or what services do you think the stakeholders that are sitting here with you today can work together to improve on rendering service to people that need them, people that are like you, so that we change this gender norms that we have heard from South African police services and the segregation that she speaks about. Violet, please share your journey since you started working with GLOW program or NACOSA and how it has changed your life as an LGBTQ person.
Thank you once again.
Limbone phansi nge-segregation and gender norms.
Yo.
Khosi awuboni utawukwabudi. Khosi utawukwabudi.
Khopela le nkweng ka pelo le tano nagana gore ke eme jwang le nkweng ka pelo ke a le khopela. Nna ke le Violet, a participant ya NACOSA. Ke rata ho just baka se ke le boyeng. Impact le re fang yona maphelong a rena e na le mohola. Again ke khopela o ba strictly to LGBTQI+. Sexuality. Ka mo mahaeng a lena le le batswadi ka bontši ka moki. Ke khopela le ithute bana ba lena ba sa gola. Ga ba sa gola le ithuteng bona. Ga ba ide ba sa gola ba etla le ithuteng bona le kgone ba tseba. Ka gore ba bantši ba ona ba tshwana le nna mara ba palela ko ke tšweletše ka lebaka la support e be sa e kereng from ka gae. Ge ke sa gola kgale ke rata go raloka le bašimane nna ke letša melodi ke diša ke sa kwešiše gore kgane mara jwang nna ke phela ke le ka bašimaneng. So le nna ke nna o mongwe le gore kgale ke palela ko ke tšweletša ke sena confidence ya o ke tšweletša. So ke rata gore e le ka mo magae le ke thute bana ba lena. And parting ya ka gae as family towards sexuality, support important, very important. Ka gore ke sa support we ka gae ke expect gore nge batho ba strateng ba support jwang. Support e regainisha confidence from ka gae. Again to the community as a whole, ke khopela gore mamotla ba ba leng ka moki e ba mpona ba bona o mongwe o tshwana le nna kwa tseleng le re tšeng jwale ka batho le rena re tshwana le lena. Ka gore o tlo ke kereya o le gara situation ye nngwe o feel gore I'm being excluded. I feel welcomed because of batho ba o dutšeng le bona ba sa understand gore re a tshwana. The difference ke gore di-sexuality a di tshwane. Ke ya ko tabeng ya semolao. Nna personally ke appreciate mmereko le re thušang ka ona through this GBV. yes re ka se re ke botšišitše ke sergeant ye nngwe ka se feel comfortable ka re maphodisa ka moka ba rudi or a ba nyako understanda a ba re fe ditsebe ka lebaka la motho motee mara nna personally ke re mmereko o le o dirang tswelang pele le o direng ka gore wa re thuša rena ba bangwe o ka no se thuše nna wa thuša the next person. Again as a survivor ke bile through process ya from police station to VEP. From police station to VEP, the service was wonderful. Wonderful service. Like, ke feed o reng le nna ke be open ke kry thušo. Ba open wa ka ke kry thušo a motho ke na le confidence I'm a qualified DJ. Ka lebaka la impact ya maphodisa ba berekišana le VEP and ge le fitha le kua gae le tlhalosetšeng community e ka no se community ya ba a friend ya se be a friend ya no ba motho fela to wena go mona a ya through something ya GBV ba bangwe yeso ba tlhalosetša a ba nyako tšeletša a ba fe tsebe mara tlebe wena o mmoditše ba re this is happening here moki a ya tshwanela go ba ka mokgoki go and report le ba tlhalosetšeng gore if you are going through gender-based violence report it immediately e thuša wena a e thuše motho o mongwe e thuša wena ka gore o tlo kry-a thušo ya maleba and there's a process e ba e dirang ko VEP. O na le social worker, o na le psychologist, o na le everyone o lo reng if you are not feeling comfortable o bolela le psychologist o ka bolela le social worker. Le bona le tlhalosetša e fang batho information e ke important ka gore people are going through violence out there and ba gomotse le rena ba bangwe re a ba bona and a re boleleng e ize thotlego ya rena mo setšhabeng.
Ra ikwešiša kudu.
Process ya VEP yona shemero ka bo sa tloe o do dula o fithelela ba re 6 months fitile wa dula ka mogolo re ba tshwara batho botse ka ona e re ka ba e le gae o sa tloe o sa ya le gae o no dula o fithelela o do dula o fithelela and ma social development ya rena le nna ke a leboga mme re ko le o diang mo di-victim mamotla ke sa le victim ebile ke lebetse ga ke sa di gopola I'm a survivor and today ke proud gore I am a qualified DJ. Ke nana gore ba bantši a be le sa tsebo gore o be DJ o ka ya sekolong nna ke a ja ke botshwere so botankana I'm a qualified DJ because of NACOSA, because of the whole program ka di bala ka moka o mo re thomileng ona because of the first step today I'm here and ke rata o leboa gore mmereko le o diang mo setšhabeng wonderful nna o mpereketse o ka no se berekele motho o mongwe mara nna o mpereketse That is why I praise our wonderful. And lastly, we must make sure GBV. I sa ba ona. Santse re thušanolwa gore GBV sa ba ona. Ke mathata ke a mantšang ka tlhalosang about GBV. E tla ke sa nyako go bolela ka ona. Ka moka re a tseba ka mo gore mathata a ona. Mara a re thušanong lwantšha GBV. Ka mokgwa mongwe le ka mokgwa mongwe o tshwere the little help thuša o mongwe. Information e ke re ileng e nnyane thuša o mongwe. Nna ke sa tsebe gore o na le di-prep. Nna ne ke sa tsebe gore o na le di-prep. Ke thomile ka first step ya VEP gore o na le di-prep mo. Tse le goreng if o latlheile di ka o thuša. Nna ne ke sa tsebe. Be ke sa tsebe at all. Ka this age o na le di-prep tse le gore o latlheile o raile leswika ka phošo di ka o thuša. Nna ne ke sa tsebe. So ka lebaka la go nka stepe sa mathomo to report. That is why today ke le moki. A helpline ya GBV ke 0800 150 150. Le le fem ba bang. Ga le le sa engwala.
Not ya itse ba helpline ela. How? Tla ishego ke gola o repeat helpline ela.
Ke 48.
I want any participants tsa lona di ngwala that helpline. Le sa itse ke kopa le ngwaleng fatshe ka le thusa ka moso. Kapa ho fitla ko gae ba re wa o sa araba video call.
Aba ba mphasholo tshwareleng. Ba re ke 0800 428 428. Engwaleng le fem ba bang. Re posta dilo mo di status, re posta dilo tsa o thuša batho ba bang. People are crying mara abana information gore na ba ka bereka jwang. Le o ka bea di-number phone tse mo status o mongwe yena a ka di tšea tšatši le lengwe di ka tswela mogolo. Le ka mo morago ba di gona. Le ka mo morago di gona. Di-information e ke information e le gore le nna be ke e tšea very light. Ke rile ke thakana le bothata ke di ke kuka kaya. Nka be le gore information di-number tše ke na le tšona nka be ke di šomišitše. So ka gore be ke sena tšona ke kukile ka ya moo. Mogano ke ra re thušaneng. Ke a leboa, ke a leboa.
Thank you so much, Violet. Thank you so much. The way NACOSA is so committed to fighting against gender-based violence and femicides, you have notebooks with you that have those important details that you will need. We also have the 6 pillars of gender-based violence inside those notebooks. So those who did not write down the number that Violet was calling out, open your notebook, you will find it. When you get home and get beaten or kicked for not answering video call, you know who to call. So Violet spoke about how it is important for us to support and love our kids despite of who they are or what they look like. So looking at the issue of LGBTQI, to some it's still a taboo. And some people, they still struggle to accept them. They still struggle to interact with them. You have heard Violet praising the services that the stakeholders that are here today are rendering to others like her. So now we want to hear from Department of Social Development Northwest, what are the gaps that you see being there when it comes to issues of gender-based violence and LGBTQI? And what is it that we can do together sitting here today to work towards that?
Thank you so much, our facilitator. Madumeke setho, that's one how we tatlhele fela, always to talk about dumedisa. Ga just ope. Our facilitator, you are so right. Vayo is so correct. The concept of the LGBTQI plus community, or the SOGIEC, as it's recently called, it's still, I'm on point.
She's on point. You hear that? So, Jack.
Yes. It's still a serious problem. No. Okay, give us so. Okay. It's still a serious problem. Like she said, starting from the home. I don't know what's happening, Kosi. Charity is not starting at home anymore. And we need to start there to correct this. Like she said, if you don't know your kid, who do you expect to know? If you don't respect your family members, who do you expect will do that? If you don't advocate for your family, who will do that? Ebentsere bana ba strata, bana ba kajeko. Re lebala gore batsadi ba bana ba ga ba ikgodisa, they are still parents. Nowadays parents, where are they? What are they doing? How are they contributing to this sketch of GBVF? However, living home stakeholders, we have a chunk of, or as a causal factor of GBVF. People are not aware of certain concepts, like the one we're talking about currently. It's up to us as stakeholders to raise awareness, to educate our communities about the existence of the SOGIEC community. Our NPOs are really trying, but it again goes back to us. As stakeholders, different stakeholders, we know these concepts, these social ills, and we are not equipping our NPOs on this. They are just swimming with the fish, with the sharks. We know, especially due to budgetary constraints as government departments, we are not always accessible to the communities, but they are because they are within our communities. So we can at least, the best that we can do, we can at least capacitate them on these factors, so that when they go to our communities, they are informed, they can explain better, they can intervene better. This unacceptance, this misunderstanding, if we give them information on what the LGBTIQ+ is all about, when they do their door-to-door campaigns, they will be in a better position to explain to the families. They will be in a better position to make fathers understand an LGBTQI+. There's a concern that usually men are so unaccepting of the LGBTQI+ children in their communities. That's where multisectoral intervention comes in. As a Department of Social Development, regarding this matter, we have ensured that we engage men and boys in the fight against GBVF. We have established the CCC's community care centers, wherein there are men's lounges. That's a safe space where men can go. Like if a father doesn't understand gay or young, and we know if I feel he lacks that information, they can go to that lounge, and they are manned by men, male social workers. They can go there and they will explain to them whatever is troubling them. They can also assist in cases where the fathers or males are having problems with their spouses. If they don't understand something and they feel that now I'm about to do something bad, they can go to such centers as men and boys and disclose to the male social worker, men to men, in a safe, polite space, free, then explain
what's happening at home and how they are feeling and what's their intention or plans regarding the situation. And there will be prevention as such. Again, based on the multisectoral, when I introduced myself, for most of the time I'm with various stakeholders, Provincial task teams. So if stakeholders, we don't form part of these management structures, like I talked about the Provincial Victim Empowerment Forum. Some of departmental government departments are not part of this. We are struggling to bring them on board. And it is through this platform that we can call each other to order. If there are complaints regarding social development, that we are victimizing our communities secondarily, we talk about secondary victimization. Go for a more like that, it is the turn. If SAPS, most complaints during the social crime prevention outreach programs, the social workers are not doing right. Kiko platform on your Provincial Victim Empowerment Forum to say by social development, you are leading the provincial forum. But what is said about you down there leaves less to be desired. If during our contact with our communities, there are concerns that SAPS doesn't use the victim-friendly facilities or rooms to interview victims of sexual offenses, it is at that platform that we say, but SAPS, according to the Victims' Charter, all sexual offenses victims are supposed to be interviewed privately, not at the CSC. Our communities are saying that those are happening. So as we come together as stakeholders, we correct each other, politely so. We are not pointing fingers. It's nothing personal. It's about service delivery, proper, effective, efficient service delivery. That is true to our communities. All of us, just as an example, I won't say where, but to show the effectiveness of the multisectoral approach, at one police station, there was no identification parade room. This room with a one-way mirror where the offenders stay that side and the victims this side and they identify their perpetrator. There was no such. And it was just normal. And the member of the forum from SAPS indicated that he has spoken to the management about that, but nothing is happening. Until one day, a victim was expected to identify. She was taken to the cell where those men were there and told to touch the shoulder of the suspected perpetrator. Before that could happen, immediately as the victim entered that filthy environment, and I'm not saying Maswe, the people in there, they fainted. The victim fainted, and it was a hospital case. That's secondary victimization. It goes without saying what was going through the head and the heart of that victim, but it was done. Until the forum, all through, in the provincial forum, all the stakeholders, the provincial rep, SAPS, until all of us read to the police station and said with the management of that police station, and things went back to the way they were supposed to be. Because they were supposed to use an alternative police station with that has the identification room. And finally, they are nearby, and there are resources, there are cars. In the police station, there's a designated vehicle for victim empowerment program in the station. But it was difficult for them just to take the victim to another police station with that facility. So you can see the benefits of the multisectoral approach. The multisectoral approach also assists in empowering our NPOs by the extension of our services. All of us, not only DSD, we all need them. They are helping all of us. So if we can all have specific budget for victim empowerment program within different government departments, and we've been preaching that at the provincial forum, but it's not happening. We don't know whether it's because designated officials for victim empowerment or what domestic violence, sexual offences, because specific departments are not passionate enough, or management doesn't allocate budget for the program. If that could happen, we know even from DSD, as the lead department mandated by the National Crime Prevention Strategy to deal with the provincial forum, we also run out of budget for NPOs knows. But if we are passionate enough, we go against all odds to so for services so they get to our communities. So our main concern is that one. If we can also get used to the idea of all of us jointly monitoring our NPOs. Monitoring is not policing. It's about guidance and support. You go there, you check what the non-governmental organization has in store for the services of our communities, and what they lack, and how you can assist as SAPS, as Cultural Services, as Department of Agriculture, as HOCTA, as the Office of the Premier, all of us, as the Department of Education, all of us, as the host. If we can make a point that we all go to monitor our organization for support and guidance, that will put our organizations in a better place to render effective services that even us as government departments are unable to provide. So please let's ensure we embark on different structures, management structures that are available. There's also the provincial LGBTIQ plus task team in the province that is responsible for issues affecting this community, the SOGIEC. We know because of lack of information, they are priority victims. They are the target for in most of the communities. We know of the incidents where they are going through the barricade, what rape, correctional, corrective rape. For now that you are a lesbian, we will then rape you to make you see who you are a girl and not a boy. We know it's happening. And as clearly states, a different stakeholders to attend to it. There is a lot. And somebody mentioned it, you carry my colleague, our experience usually is when we deal with men, when we work with men and boys. It's not easy for them to take our weight more than yours as host. So our plan or our desire is for our host to walk with us, to talk the talk with us. That which is wrong, the horses are on alle bona ba kgadelle go bontate go bona ka ba gaetsa mo go bona ba tlo ba utlwa. Ga ke tla ke le social worker, and unfortunately or is fortunately, I don't know, in DSD most of us are females. So when I have to attend to men and boys issues as a female, in most communities, especially the rural areas, you are not taken seriously. Unlike if it's a male social worker, but we don't have much or many of our male counterparts. So we are pleading with the Diokosi for what is wrong. Let it be seen by our Diokosi where it's wrong and talk to the men and boys. Good Diokosi, I cannot attack the examples, the traditional practices, they are still happening, and in terms of the laws, the regulations, the policies that are in place, even the females at the subject personally are saying from the ground they are against. You mentioned some cultures are still practicing that, and not all women are comfortable with that. For when a husband passes on, the brother or the cousin must continue with husbandry. Not all women are comfortable with that. If comfortable with that, it's fine. Let there be communication, consultations to check with the widow. Are you comfortable with continuing with our lineage? It's a must. Sorry. Our notion is when we talk to communities, let's call a spade a spade. Sugar coating, so let's call a spade a spade. So but if it brings a positive change, so be it. So we know of the rest. They are making our females, our girls, and our soldiers vulnerable to gender-based violence and femicide. And now the pain is, it's now ending in femicide. We usually talk about GBV, disregarding the F part. So when we come into contact with the communities as different stakeholders, we need to always emphasize the femicide part. We know about the vicious cycle of GBV. For okutupa, okufa chocolate, or aserater. Akutupa hape, okufa the flowers, or aserater. Next time, the flowers are on the coffin. Let's call a spade a spade. Frankly, I love the communities. Probably the seriousness of the matter. So please, let's get an understanding of the Soje community. Facilitator from our point of view. Another point we need to mention, as different stakeholders, even ourselves, not all of us are acquainted with the concept. So if we feel or now I'm not informed in this concept or in this matter, our capacity building sessions, let's get the information. Let's engage with them. Let's have the dialogue with them. Get it from the horse's mouth. That's why in our province, we are embarking on the LGBTIQ+ dialogues with the aim of developing an LGBTIQ+ program for the province. In the issue, you have nothing for us without us. So let's all take heed, for these are our children, our brothers, our sisters, our everything, and we need to coexist. No matter your attitude or understanding, you are there. And let's have programs from families to the schools, in churches, Moruti, the more community at large. Makes each other as human beings before everything else. And love each other and respect each other. I believe all stakeholders, we know about the service charter for the victims of crime and violence. They remain both for our survivors, they have the right to be treated with dignity and fairness. They have the right to information, to offer information and right to receive information. They have the right to protection. They have the right to assistance. Whether basi to go counseling, go counseling, go clinic, go SAPS, is their right. Disregarding your attitude towards them. They have the right to compensation. Our justice system cluster, the court of Taruna, NPA, CD, we need to ensure we implement all the clauses in our legislation, especially pertaining to GBVE. Hey, go VEP and GBVF. If a woman, especially the ex, ex e go stoka a feletsa a bona go ratana le mang a tla kontlunya go athuba di festere a etsana. Let's not just arrest SAPS. It's your role, you arrest. Mar NPA DOJ, let's make sure we implement about the right to compensation. University di festere a busetse. As ka ya fela go di seleng a convictiwa, mar na di festere di seo. We need to go deeper in implementation of our services. Hallelujah.
Thank you so much, Department of Social Development, Northwest. You've heard that we have to coexist. They also spoke about the importance of monitoring. Monitoring our VEP centers is not policing. As stakeholders sitting here today, we support each other and we have to ensure that services reach the vulnerable and the marginalized, those that are in communities where services seem to be far away from them. And as NACOSA, we fund those organizations to ensure that there is accessibility to services. However, we can only do a little. We need you as stakeholders to work together with us to monitor and support those victim empowerment centers. From the Speaker of Northwest, we've heard that there is a need for community awareness campaigns, especially when we're looking at issues of LGBTQI. Let's work together to ensure that we strengthen that. We have those campaigns and we ensure that our VEPs are capacitated when it comes to such issues. Each and every person that we work with, whether it is constable, it is staff from NACOSA, let us capacitate ourselves. Let us ensure that we support them so that they also feel like human beings the way we feel. So now I'm going to take 1 minute for each panel members to have last comment, looking at the issues of gender-based violence and femicides, stakeholder collaboration, how best can we work together to ensure that this road or this journey that NACOSA have taken, it continues the way it is without cracks or potholes that we see on the street each and every day. We have planted the trees as NACOSA. However, we need each and every one of you that is sitting here today to help us water those trees so that at the end of the day, we can reap the fruits of what we have started. And the community that we are supporting each and every day, they can continue reaping those fruits. Even if Anglo American and Chikululu does not come back and fund NACOSA, I'm going to start from Department of Social Development, Limpopo. Your last comment on gender-based violence, femicides, LGBTQ, and stakeholder collaboration.
Thank you. Sure. Where should I start? Because I had so many closing remarks, but nonetheless, what is of important, and I'm thinking I would have wanted to have been asked the question, what do you think we could have done better? I thought that we've done everything right, but my challenges was we were found lacking in terms of media marketing. Our programs and services were not marketed enough. I'm not sure whether there was not enough budget, because we should have been having a lot of radio slots in a lot of channels, local radio stations and other things, understanding the issues of GBV. And I'm raising this because in one Thursday I was invited to go to Mokopane FM. When I arrived there, it was during the gospel, in between the gospel and moving. Then I realized that from what the president, remember with the resolutions that we have, we expected by the president that we need to go back and market our services, including to the media houses. I could see that the presenter of the radio was detached to what I was saying. It was like for her, please finish in time. I have an interview with so-and-so who's a gospel singer. And I felt that the issues of GBV are not given priority. As we talk about it while we are here in the house, we should have, before we even start, have a local radio station in Bela-Bela to understand that this is what the projects that we're doing, this is the benefits, this is who is benefiting, how do we access this and how do we reach this. So I think in terms of that, we have minimized our marketing services. But in a way, I am happy with the journey that we've taken so far. It reminded me, because as a social worker from social development, sometimes we are even lacking in terms of reaching the target. Reason being, our programs are not attractive. We know we are living in the poverty-stricken society where people are only appetized by what you are going to provide for them. And I think with NACOSA, that became very simple, because there was something, you're giving them transport, their kids were taken to the creches, so there was something that they were going to receive. And I'm thinking, as a social worker who would have said, I want 4 sessions with you because you have an anger management issues. You will come to for the first session, by the second session you might not even be having transport. So my plea is that, can NACOSA, I know Shukuru will always be here. I guarantee, I know them. You know, we had so many beneficiaries.
Prophesied, yes, prophesied.
I know they'll be here. Because we need to, I'm thinking that we need a stage where you should be able to assist us, that we have an online services. I said to majority of people that are going through GBV are here wearing suits and 2-piece and pantyhose and everything. They don't have time to go to the offices. But if we start now establishing the issues on online consultation, online counseling, online everything, at least somewhere we should be able to fight. Yes, we are doing well with those that we are finding, but our target group, somewhere we are missing in between. So I'm hoping that you'll come back, and in this time you'll be sponsoring our victims to come to have money to come to our offices. And the campaigns that we had, then, you know, I was saying to somebody else, they were asking, oh, Kisaperi skipper. I think in this t-shirt we marched the whole night. We impacted everyone. We had conversation with an ordinary person on the street. When we went to engage the stakeholders, we knew that we have reached our target group, our sex workers, LGBTIQ plus a community, everybody that we need to reach, because before you are identified as something, you are an individual. So we are hoping that the campaign that we had should not be only for once during 60 days. Can we have it at least per quarter? Target Bela-Bela this time. Target, I'm also pleading for Vembe, just one event for Vembe, not that because I'm from Venda, but that might be another purpose. But can we have one event from Vembe, because Vembe also have the belt of variation, but we can motivate for that. So we really appreciate you. We are hoping that Chukururu will continue funding the project, and you'll also continue planning with us, because what was important was you planning with us in this whole journey. So we never felt left behind. So thank you so very much for social development. I appreciate you.
Thank you so much, Department of Social Development. Our funders have heard, and as NACOSA we have heard. We also appreciate you marketing us with the t-shirt that you're wearing. And NACOSA is here to learn from stakeholders today how best can we improve our future implementation. Kosi Maila, I'm going to request a 1-minute comment on issues related to gender-based violence and femicides and everything else that you think we can collaborate on to fight against this pandemic.
Thank you. Let me stand up so that they can see me. I thought I'm through with the program. So now that they said I must say something concerning the collaboration of this program. There's something which I think it must be corrected, really. Because when you talk about Siantlo, you talk about the younger sister of the deceased. That is Siantlo. She is going to look after the children of her sister or his sister. That is Siantlo according to our culture.
The Bela-Bela mic, it's disabled.
Thank you. And another thing, there's something that I forgot to mention, but Bojanala. Bojanala is in the Bible. Go to the book of Ruth. You'll understand what happened. Boaz was imposed to Ruth. And they had a child. Or they had children. So please, if I say Ugunge is wrong, then the Bible is wrong. And Baruti are not going to agree with me. And I don't think it is right to say it is not wrong. It's how the old people, you see in the culture, is the fabric to put community together. So community through this culture are together. I do agree that there's something that is wrong and there's something that is not wrong. It is correct. And I understand that there are certain individuals who are on what do you call a relentless campaign to vilify and demonize traditional leadership. Those guys are receiving malafide advices from people who wants to outmaneuver and paralyze traditional leadership, which is wrong. So please, don't think that the traditional leadership is something that we must get rid of, because there are certain individuals who are saying we must get rid of this institution. Okay. Get rid of it, you'll see miracles. And I don't think this is not going to happen. Because the so-called democracy, which according to my understanding, democracy is the demonstration of craziness. That's it. Because those who think that what they are doing is democracy, or perhaps they don't understand what democracy is. They are doing wrong things, that in the name of democracy. That is why we are saying democracy is a demonstration of craziness. Because of these people who are coming with this notion, or culture, it's I've said culture is evolving. It's not static. Culture is evolving. I am floating. Culture is floating. That's wrong. No. It's okay. Let me not hurt some of you. Thank you very much.
Indeed, we know that a tree without roots, it dies. So without the tradition or the culture, we are nothing, because each and every tree that has to grow and blossom, it should have its roots being nurtured each and every day. So if we were to get rid of tradition, where to from there? Violet, thank you so much for being part of the panel today. May I kindly give you 1 minute to talk about... Oh, the timekeeper is saying time is running out. 30 seconds, Violet, to talk about issues of LGBTQ. What is your comment? What do you think the stakeholders can do to collaborate together on that?
Thank you again. Nna ne ke rata hore o ka ba le di-activities tša go bontšha ba bangwe o tshwana le nna gore o sana le bophelo after being a victim. And ke rata go leboa batho ka moka ba ba kgonneng o putha impact bophelong ba ka. Ke a leboha.
Thank you very much. With this collaboration with NACOSA, I'm saying we are going to win. Ka Setswana ba re tau tsa tlhoka seboka di tlholwa ke nare e tlhotsa. The single, the individual working in silos, we will not make it. We can be trained, we can have all those rifles and 9mm. On our own, we will not make it. So the stakeholders like NACOSA, we really appreciate that, and may the good God bless you and keep you, and let your sponsor please keep on pouring, because we still need more and more and more from you. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Lesson learned from our partnership with NACOSA. Please, all role players in GBVF, let's continue with integrated and coordinated planning. And please, let's share resources for the benefit of our communities. And to NACOSA, please, you only focused on our Bojanala Platinum district in the Northwest, and we have 4 districts. So 3 still lagging behind. Please continue with your assistance. Ke a leboga.
Thank you so much. Our funders have here that we need to focus also in other areas that are Vembe districts, Mopani, as well as not only to Atse, like Mshate said. So NACOSA have here, and I believe the funders have here. To the panel, thank you so much for your time and the knowledge that you have shared with us. We appreciate the insights, and as NACOSA, we have learned so much from that, and we are going to improve on future implementation based on what you have shared with us, and we would like to collaborate with you going forward to make our communities better and our countries better. We have heard from that low participant Violet to say that she don't want to live in a community where gender-based violence exists. Let's continue to work together to fight against gender-based violence and femicide. Over to you, Program Director Munene.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks, panelists, and really appreciate good engagement. I'm worried that I'm looking at my colleagues here. Glucose has just gone down. If I test everyone here, we're all going to go with 0.0% of glucose. So I'm suggesting that while we can still actually go up and have lunch, let's go and have lunch so that then we are able to fuel it, and when we come back we can actually continue. We'll come back at 3. It's 2 o'clock now. Thank you.
The importance of bringing everybody together, and how when we are together and we work together, we can achieve so much more. So thank you everybody for the panel discussion. So we now want to look a little bit more deeply at the work we do and the work we have in common, and what is working and what is not working. And we also understand that we appreciate the investment in our work, but funded programs come and go, right? And the funding comes with certain conditions. They want to do that, but not that. And what we are after, it's my 2 favorite words, longevity and sustainability. We want the programs to last for a long time. We want it to be sustainable, and that means it needs that collective effort from all of us, and not a dependency on when the next bit of money is going to come along. We are, as a community, as community agents, we are ourselves already very resourced. Yes, it's important to have that bit of money because it does animate some more services, but we are already very resourced. So although we want to say, yes, please, open up more of the tap of funding that must come our way, we mustn't forget that we already are resourced and we can already do some work together. Okay. So we're going to have a little bit of a deep dive into our services, really trying to understand in terms of gender-based violence, what are the services that are working, where is it working, what still needs to be done, whose voices do we still need to amplify, etc. I've got a couple of questions and we're going to be dividing into groups. Okay. So there are some key questions. Tracy, can we put the questions up? Okay, fantastic. So I'll read through the questions, and photographer. I'll read through the questions and then we'll talk about how we're going to work this thing out. Okay? So the first question is, what is driving GBV in our communities? What is this thing? Why aren't we getting on top of this thing? We've been talking about it once a year. There's this massive campaign. We talk about it all the time. What is driving this thing of GBV in our communities? And then what is limiting, question number 2, what is limiting our response to GBV? What are the things that's making us, that's holding us back? Okay, what's limiting our response? very important, what services are available for GBV. And then I think we must really think quite expansively. Ne? If we're thinking about what services are available, think beyond the usual suspects. What else could we be counting in terms of GBV services? What is it also that might be missing? And then the fourth question, who are we missing in rendering our services? Who are we not reaching? Who are those voices that we really need to amplify? And those are our 4 questions that we want answered. So you don't have to answer all 4 questions. We're going to do this systematically. We're going to divide into groups, and you will have a facilitator and a scribe in your group. That means we do all the heavy lifting. You sit back and you have a conversation, and you bring your interesting insights and your fresh thinking, and that is going to be your job. Our job is to ensure that everything gets captured and everything is facilitated. Okay, so you don't have to do any of the hard work. Okay, bring your voices and your conversation. So what we're going to do, and this is the tricky part because I love to count, and then I'm always counting along with everybody. Don't forget your number. Don't be like Mariette and forget your number because you're counting with everybody. So I wonder if somebody can help us count, just table by table. Okay. So we're going to count 1, 2, 3, and 4. Only those numbers. Then all the 1s will be in one group. All the 2s will be in another group. All the 3s will be in another group. And we will go into our breakaway rooms and have those conversations and then come back. Okay, fantastic. Let's start the count. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we start again. Maybe just say your name, say the number out loud. No, but they are not. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Okay. Guys, really try and say that number out loud so you remember it. Okay. Now we're getting there, thanks. Four. Yeah. Fantastic. There's more, there's more, there's more. Is there? 4. Okay. Okay, fantastic. Excellent. Wow. Thank you, thank you. I don't know why I was so anxious about the counting, but we are done. Thank you so much for your help. So everybody that is number 1, can you put your hand up? All the ones? All the ones? You must remember, there must be a number 1 on that table. Who's number 1? Please put up your hands. Okay, fantastic. Number 1s, you are going to go with Nikiwe, and there she is. And you are going to go upstairs. Upstairs, there is a room where you will be gathering, and your question is question number 1. So you are going to be answering that question: what is driving GBV in our communities? Okay, so do you see how this is working? Let's not leave yet, colleagues. Let's just hang on until we've done with all the instruction. The second group, all the twos, can I see your hands? All the twos, fantastic. The twos are going to go with Gagelo. Gagelo, there she is. Gagelo is going to go across the passage to Modimole. That is the breakaway room that you guys are going to occupy. And your question is, what is limiting our response to GBV? Okay. Can I see the threes? Fantastic. All the threes, you're going to go with Tuletse. Where's Tuletse? There she is. And you're going to stay in this room. So one group is going to gather on this side, and perhaps another group is going to gather on that side. Okay? So Tuletse is going to answer the third question: what services are available in our community in terms of GBV? And then Z, there she is going to answer the fourth question. Can I see the hands? Number 4s, please. Fantastic. Fantastic. So number 4s, you are going to answer the question: who are we missing in rendering our services? Which voices should we be amplifying? Who are we not reaching? Who needs more attention? Okay. Okay, so a little time check. Can we please be back by 10 to 4? And we will come back and gather, and we'll just wrap up today, and then we can all go home feeling that we've done an excellent job today. Okay? So I'm going to ask everybody, number 1s is with Nikiwe. Please follow her. Gagelo. There you are. All the number 2s, please find Gagelo across the passage in Modimole. Tuletse and Z. Z, where are you, that side of the room? No, in this room, on that side. And then Tuletse is on this side, answering question number 3. Okay? 4s there, 3s here. Okay, enjoy everybody. See you back at 10 to 4. Okay, Gaugelo's just asking them to quiet down. So we had too little time, but the good news is that tomorrow there is more opportunity for conversation. So the intention is tomorrow that we are going to be dividing into geographical groups. So we can look at all your action plans and all your plans that you have in place at your district level, at your provincial level, and see how it is that we can actually now add a little bit, deepen, enrich those plans a little bit more. And we can talk about these issues that we are finding, that we've raised today. We can continue and have those conversations in our geographical groups. So I'm hoping that that is going to satisfy your need for more conversation. And apologies again for the time being short. I think we can end there for today. I'm just checking where is Monene. Does she want to say anything further? Can you just check for me quickly? I know the time tomorrow. We start at 8 o'clock again with some tea and coffee. And we will start our session hopefully on time at 8:30. We are all more or less in this vicinity, so it shouldn't take us long to arrive, as it might have done today. And we'll start on time. So I'm just checking if there's anything else, Madam Program Director, that you want to say. We are just closing our meeting. So Monene, what we've done so far, we've acknowledged that the time was too short. We said there'll be more time tomorrow for conversation, more in geographical districts, around our plans, etc. And that will start at 8 o'clock with tea, and 8:30 we'll start our session. Anything else you want to say in closing?
Yes. Thank you, Chair, for giving me an opportunity. I will pay you more. Sorry, Sandra. Yes, I think thank you so much. We had a lovely day. I'm being reminded by colleagues that I think while we still have more people today, it would be good for us to take a group picture, a group photo today, so that then tomorrow when we are rushing, because other people might leave early, so we might not have the opportunity to capture everyone. So we're going to actually then go outside. I think we'd have a nice picture outside where it's closer to the banner. I think that's it, and then we can start tomorrow as you proposed.
Yeah. So
Thanks.
There's one more housekeeping thing. Somebody has lost keys. Z, is that you? That lost keys? Do you just want to say something quickly about your keys? SAPS is here. So.
Thanks.
Let me
Okay, afternoon once again with SAPS here. These beautiful bags of ours that are the same. I had left my bag there with a car key inside, so please check your bags. If you find a car key, the bag is mine, it's not yours, please. Before I call constable to come and arrest you. Thank you.
Thanks so much, everybody. We can close there. And Monene, where do you want the photograph to be taken? Outside? There is a request to close with a prayer. There's a request to close with a prayer. And Monene, where will the photograph? Where will the photograph be taken? Okay. All right. So we're going to have a prayer, and then we are going to ask Monene to lead us to the place where the photograph will be taken. Thanks so much. Who is going to volunteer to do the prayer for us? Thank you, Pastor. Thank you, Pastor. Right, over to you.
mhla yawa lembewu ya yawa lembewu
yawa lemhlabe yawa lembewu yawa lembewu yawa lemhla iwile lembewu yawa lembewu yawa lemhla iwile lembewu yawa lembewu yawa lemhla for the last time iwile lembewu yawa lembewu yawa lemhlabe.
Beloved, I'm not sure if you have been aware that in life there are problems that come only when you make a progress. Only when you make a progress, problems start. Everything feels easier when you do nothing. But I just want to say to us, let's just do what God wants us to do. If you are convicted by purpose, never allow pain to silence you. Come, let's pray. Father, thank you so much that you have allowed us to be here this day. It was indeed a great, beautiful day that you have created for us. You are so wonderful. You are so excellent. We have never seen the God like you. You are always on our side. Father, you said in your word, you will never leave nor forsake us. How beautiful it is to have you in our midst, to have you in our lives, to have you in our marriages, to have you in South Africa as a whole, to have you in the whole world. We bless your name. I'm now saying, may the grace of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, the love of God, and the fellowship of the sweet Holy Spirit rest and abide with us till Christ Jesus comes back again. Amen. Thank you so much.